Is this thing on? Yep. All right. Hey there, Nui. Good morning or good evening. Welcome to stream number 395. 395. Thank you, Nui. You don't need to tell me these things. I'm still starting things up, but thank you. It actually is there. It was just hidden. Should not suspend it though. All right. Let's get Discord message going. Stream plan today. Okay, I don't have a link yet. I probably need one of those first. One noti. You don't exist? You're not a viewer? You're a bot, I guess. I see 10 people in the chat room. I don't know if that means anything. Actually, I probably should not show bots. There we go. So what, there are 3 non-bots in the channel? 7 bots? We're outnumbered. We're outnumbered by bots still. All right. Find today's thing. Now to 2. Yeah, you're outnumbered. The humans are outnumbered by the robots right now. So this is a robot stream, I guess. Okay, copy link. See, isn't this much better than like a counter saying stream starting soon? You actually get to see me set things up. Tiny URL. Copy to clipboard. Let's try it out. Looks good. Hey there, man. All right, so today I hope to finish up my game's item admin tool. And also well, let's just leave it at that. All right, and that's that. Oh no, did I miss anything, Nui? I have the Discord message. I have the... Oh, I missed putting it into the today command, didn't I? Let's do that. Today, yeah. Link to page, yep, today. Not working on that. Well, I might be working on that today. I'd like to get more progress on that. It's just not very popular work. Remu is working to complete the Rust port of his game's item admin tool. Check out today's plan here. Update. All right. I mean, link to page on the notes page itself. I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Thank you. $262. How are we on the point total, by the way? Wow. Only 3 points ahead of Toulouse. You gotta grab any points you can before he gets here. All right, we're done with that. Done with that. Actually, done with all of Chrome. Let me zoom in here. Okay, so I've been working on an admin tool, and I've been trying to port it to Rust. It started out in Python, and that's what the today command says. Good. So let's review. All right. So let's not starting at the stream anymore. Reviewing work so far, porting items tool from Python to Rust. All right. So here is the items tool, and the part of the tool that we started out with is this find items script, which is after connecting to the game, it's asking the game to get all item components. And then once we get that, we end up going to, where is it? So the Python stuff is sort of disjointed. Yeah, this right here. Where, that's not right. This one. It goes through the items and sees which ones have a name which matches. And then, after that, it prints them out. So, let's run that to demonstrate. Run it from the secrets folder. Find gold, for example. So here are all the gold items. There are quite a few of them, because probably a lot of players have gold in their inventory, right? But something maybe more useful would be to find this one item in the game unique called the Rusty Iron Key. And basically the whole point is for me to find out what the entity ID is so that I can go into the main admin tool of the game, which is built into the player, and type that number in, 74587, into this window, 74587. You might ask, why don't I just put the find tool into this? I could do that. So yeah, so I can find out that it's held by this player, Cassius King. It is scattered like a JS callbacks. Yeah. So that's the whole point of that tool, is to locate items that I've misplaced in the game. And been porting it from Python to Rust. So the original Python was also in 2 pieces. So the items.py here was the part of the tool that was focused on what to do with items. That's the end goal of the script. So it relies on a common piece, where this piece is to be shared by all the admin tools, and it does the setting up of the connection to the server and sending the authentication request to log in as an admin, and then the event loop to process messages from the server. And also part of that is responding to the authentication challenge. And then once we complete the challenge, we go to the concrete tools work function, which is passed in when the common part is run. So we've been porting that to Rust over the last few bits. Hey there, say 715209. That's a hello. I can recognize the LL in there, 6C. Hello. You're talking to me in hexadecimal today. Hey there, Gadam. Busy working, but hope all is well. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm doing okay. Just reviewing what I've been doing the last week or so. Has it been a week, 2 weeks? I don't know. I learned Rust, and then I'm trying to apply that knowledge to make a port from Python to Rust of a tool that I use. There are a couple other tools that also leverage this common part. There's a scripts tool which I use to keep the game scripts in sync when I'm working on them. So that it has to do with using file system event handler to see if files are created, modified, moved, deleted. You can see all that. And when we add scripts to the game, it's through an entity component system action to create a script entity. And when we modify, it's a similar thing. So this is turning like creating, modifying, and deleting files locally into actions of the game to mirror it in game. So this also will leverage the common script because it also needs to log in. So you'll see the same kind of thing here where it does the common run, passing its own work and handlers. And its own work is also, that's right, we only have one sync command. I have this indirection that I haven't put into the Rust yet, where the tool can do more than one thing based off of a sub command. So if the sub command here is sync, it will grab all the scripts in the game, basically. You see the multi-threaded stuff? What multi-threaded stuff? You mean in Discord? Don't remember what multi-threaded stuff. I'm looking for it. I don't see it. It sounds familiar, but there's just been a lot of stuff in Discord. Oh, I see. Try making the item finding parallel using Rayon. I saw that and I'm like, okay, well, I don't need that, but it sounds cool. I don't need the stuff to be parallel because it's already plenty fast. But if I ever do, I guess I'd look at that. Yeah. So I saw the link, but I haven't looked into it. Not yet. All right. Okay, so that's what it was like in Python. So looking at it in Rust, I have it under subdirectory Rust. Right now I have it broken up between two crates, but I'm wondering if maybe I should just recombine them back into the same crate, because I thought originally I would have different crates for the libraries and the binaries because there might be more than one library, and you can't have more than one library in the same crate. But maybe that doesn't quite make sense. I might recombine this into one crate with just different binaries, and one of the binaries be items. So I guess that would mean moving items into admin tool and as a binary. So anyway, the Rust equivalent of what we just saw in Python is also has this run for the concrete items, and it's similar to the Python now. It constructs and runs the common part, passing itself as a trait object. So whereas the Python did a little bit of implementation inheritance in the form of this context being well, I guess it's not implementation inheritance. In the Python, we had the concrete tool was called context, and part of the context was the common part. So I tried to do this in Rust, ran into a lot of problems where we were going to, like in the Python, call the run function and somehow pass in our own handlers here. So that it led to a lot of multi-borrow problems, and tried to do it with closures, so that just made it worse. So moved to where it's now completely separate. So the common part we construct on the fly and we just run it. And if you look at the state of the tool, it doesn't have the common part in there at all. Also, there's no lookup table of handlers, because that also led to problems. Having a lookup table with closures had a multi-borrow problem again. You can have multiple binaries, yeah, but you can't have multiple libraries. That's what I was saying. Let me say it again. So I had different crates here, thinking that I might have multiple libraries, so I can't have one crate, because crate can't have more than one library. But I'm thinking I probably won't have more than one library for the admin tool. It'll just be one library and a bunch of binaries, so I'll probably combine these in by moving items into admin tool as one of its binaries. So yeah. Anyway, the way I architected, I guess this is the third architecture for the Rust port of this tool, is that we just make a common object, and then we tell it to run using the concrete tool as a trait object. And I'm being raided by BeginBot. Hey there, BeginBot. Raid! I'm being raided. Defend the channel. Hello. I defend the channel by greeting everyone with a friendly wave and a face. Hey there, Stupak and TinkerThink and Cypher HD. Hello, please be nice to my channel, even though you're raiders. We can all be civilized, right? Hey there, Ball Clap. Space Vacation. I like your name, Space Vacation. And I am seeing Rocker Boo. Hello. And what's in my OPSEC? That's a nice name. Hello. So how was BeginBot stream? Was it more Python? Because I'm eradicating Python from my channel. Today I'm working on completing a port of a tool from Python to Rust, because it runs 2.5 times faster in Rust than it does in Python. It's also, Rust is forcing me to make the architecture really clean and nice. So, although Python is cool, Rust, it turns out even if it's more challenging to do it in Rust, it's actually faster and more elegant. So Think about switching to Rust 2? You should at least check it out to learn it, to see what you think, BeginBot. And hello, and thank you for the raid. That was very nice of you. How long does it take to make in Python versus Rust? It really depends on how adept you are at the language. So I was a complete noob, a beginner in Rust. So it's taken me a couple weeks. Took me a week to learn the basics in Rust, and then it's been about a week just trying to get the tool ported over. So let me show you a side-by-side comparison of part of the tool, and I'll show you parts that look similar and parts that look different. So how do I open this other file in another window? Hold on. Editor problems. It's more Raimu not knowing how to use his editor. It's like open to the right, right? Split right. There we go. And then for this one, we want to show items.py. There we go. So if I scroll this one all the way to the bottom, and my chat's going to be covering a lot of this unless I move the split. There, that's more equitable. Okay, so you can kind of see there are similarities here, right? Pet it, pet what? There's no cat. I have a special camera trained on where the cat usually goes, but look, you're not there. So I'm going to have to refund your money. And Perry, thank you anyway. But cheers, Nui. Pet the cat. There's no cat around here. The cat was being a real jerk this morning. He asked me to feed him, and then as I was feeding him, he ran away. I'm feeding you, yo. Don't leave. Split again, control click. Okay. Rust 1 + 1 = 3. CMake, that's cool. Yeah, I use CMake for C++. For us, though, we're trying to do what the Rustaceans do, which is to use cargo. And also, hello, a Shines Love. And, of course, N Perry. Best mod, right? Yeah, best mod. Okay, side by side, just if you've never seen Rust before, but you know Python, because I know BeginBot does a lot of Python. Here's in Python how I would write, checking to see if a command line argument is provided and printing out a message if it's not, and exiting early. So it looks pretty similar in Rust. You have exactly the same syntax except for instead of sysargs, it's just args, and args you have to get from the environment. And here we are, I need to make the split so you can see that. It is going to the standard environment and asking for the arguments, and then collecting it into a vector, because I think this is an iterator. I don't know what it is. But you have to call collect with the turbofish syntax here, basically the specialization of collect for vectors of strings, because you're saying I want a vector of strings for the arguments. All right, and if I hover over that, it says vector of strings. So now that I have that, now it's more like Python, where it's already available in sys.args, or argv, right? So if it's less than 2 provided, we need 1. So ePrint line macro is the same as printing to file standard sys error, or sys standard error, I should say. And then instead of sys exit 1, we have standard process exit 1. But you can see how the parallels, right? And then we're doing what's called a borrow here. We're borrowing the second parameter to put into the variable realm, and Python is really just doing a clone. Here we're doing just a stealing or borrowing of a reference. This part is skipped, I think, because I haven't put that into the Rust yet, but in the Python I have subcommands, and Rust I just have it just assuming one's particular subcommand. So this code is actually somewhere, not matching this, but this is somewhere else in the Python. Anyway, it begins to match again for the configuration, right? So in Python, we open a file for reading as a file, and then we tell it to read, so that gets the file in as a string, and then JSON load string it, right? So the equivalent in Rust is you say, hey, standard file system, please read this file into a string. And this unwrap here is basically says if anything goes wrong, we panic. Python does the same thing, although they call it throwing an exception. And to convert to JSON, we use this library called surd.json, and it says convert from string. This is where the split isn't really helping, because there we go. I can see it just above my head. Convert from a string this, and then again panic if it doesn't parse correctly, and then put it into the variable. You'll see things in Rust that you don't have in Python. Like whenever you see this, it's like in C, C++ where you're getting a pointer, but in Rust it's called borrowing, and you're getting a reference from something else. And if you're passing it to a function, you're letting the function borrow this variable, and then when the function's done, then it basically returns the variable to you. And there's a lot of checking in Rust to make sure that you don't have two parts of your code borrowing the same variable and perhaps causing bugs. So we've been fighting that borrow checker all week. Indeed, args is an iterator over arguments, yeah. So here's another comparison between Rust and Python here. For this JSON object, we just reference its index its realms object and say is the realm in that sub object. If not, we print a message. In Rust, there's a little bit more we have to do. We have to say, well, index realms and make sure it is an object. Panic if it's not, and then see if it contains a key with that variable. So it's a little bit different. But then here you can see the similarities. I called it context in Python. I'm calling it items in Rust. But basically, make a new one, and we're giving it the item name here, and telling it to run. And there's our configuration, and there's the realm that we're using, and there's the instance that we're using. So very similar, right? And as you get the idea, it continues from there on out. Let's drag this back and go back to single screen. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing today? If you guys have any questions, let me know and I'll stop and explain. But just remember, although I'm a noob at Rust, I have been using it for a couple weeks, so it's not like I know nothing. I just know enough to get myself into trouble now. I've been spending whole hours here and there during the stream just getting stuck on problems with the borrow checker and with the compiler in general. Fortunately, the Rust compiler is rather nice in its error messages. So, for example, let me put in on purpose a bug here. Like, let's say I do that, right? Now we're going to get a compiler error. And I can see that if I run the, I should run it over here, cargo clippy, which you should always do because it gives you all the warnings and all the information. So, it's kind of like a linter for Rust. So I like how it kind of brackets. It says this block of code, it expected that and found that. So it's like, oh, I didn't put an ampersand in there. And that leads to there being a mismatch type here. It says it expected a reference and found just a value. Help, consider borrowing here. So it's actually giving me two different ways I could fix this, right? I could, if I left this one up, where was it? Wherever I changed it, if I left it to be a value, I could borrow that value, or I could just fix it here, where I made the bug in the first place by saying, nope, that's actually a reference, and now we're cool again. Yeah, kind of a funny name, right, Clippy? But yeah, I have no idea if it has anything to do with Microsoft Clippy. If it's a meme, I don't know. I just know that I've been trained to be that it's the linter for Rust. Hey there, Flykin. Raimu. Moo. Are you doing, Flykin? And data is your drug? I hope you're not addicted. How are you doing? Data is my drug. All right, so I was explaining before how the architecture of the tool is a little bit different than it was in Python. So rather than the common part of the tool be a member variable of the common object, of the items object, it's just something we create here on the heap and then we use it to run the tool. But we're passing ourself into the tool as what's known as a trait object. So whenever you see a dyn and then a name, and if the name is a trait, then that's a trait object, which is just a fancy Rust way of saying that it's an indirection through an interface. A trait in Rust is like an interface. So this is a specification of the things that the common part of the tool requires of the concrete tool. It needs to be able to do its work, and it needs to be able to handle incoming messages from the server. What does tongue-in-cheek mean? I never stopped to think about that. I just know that it's, what is it? It's like an unsaid joke. Keeping the Clippy name alive, yeah. Big ta-da. And DHG Hummin, I saw your request in YouTube and in the Discord. I need to get to that. I was introducing some people to the main work today, which is to continue the Rust stuff. But hey, said kind of like sarcasm or humoristic, yeah. Is there a space missing? There might be. Did I miss a space there? Edit info. Oh yeah, look at that. It's missing. All right, fixed it. You know what that means, Nui? You get another point. Further distance yourself and points from yourself and Toulouse. You know, people have recommended a few hundred things to you, but there's another one if you want. Yeah. Okay, yeah. What I'll probably do is, as sort of a short break from doing the Rust today, I'll look at this issue. There's an issue that was reported to me a couple different ways that one of the projects I wrote back at stream number 3 has a test failure now. So I'm on stream 395. So we're a little bit further from stream 3, but I can still go back. It's probably going to be the URI library, right? Yeah, so way back in stream 3, we were developing a URI component in C++. Apparently there's a test failure on that now. Some kind of regression that we have to look into. We'll use that as an excuse to take a break from Rust during the stream today sometime. But I think a lot of people want to see me do more work on this Rust tool, so we're going to continue doing that. So let me walk you through how it works. So like we were showing before, where is it? In the main. Things start at the bottom like they do in a real program. Just kidding. Rust. That's right. Hey there, A squared. The main program, right? It's actually nice and clean. Whereas in Python, you don't even have anything. It's like, oh, you're not indenting anymore? You must be in the main program. Yeah, we're just getting our command line arguments. We're reading our configuration file, and then we're building and executing the concrete tool, right? And this is mostly just saying, hey, take the common framework for all the admin tools and run it using our concrete tool as a trait object. So basically filling in the implementation, specific implementation for this tool. And by the way, here's our configuration and stuff like that, right? So in the common part of the tool, it connects to the game through a WebSocket. In Rust, we're using the Tungstenite library, which is a neat little implementation of WebSockets. I could make my own, but I've already done that in C++. We're just going to, for Rust, use this one. Whenever you see unwrap, by the way, that's something that we need to fix. That's basically saying, if this has an error, then panic. So we don't really want to panic if something goes wrong. We're going to be cleaning that up in a little bit to not panic. But right now, this basically says it better succeed or else we're going to break right there. So after connecting to the server, then we send... this is basically just identifying ourselves as an admin tool. The very first thing the server is going to do when it gets that identification as admin is it's going to say, wait a minute, hold up. Here's an authentication challenge to prove you have the right to be called admin. So you'll see that in a second. After we send that message, we basically sit in a loop, which in Rust is called loop, and read messages from the WebSocket and handle them. And this is the shiny new event loop handler, which I worked on last night. It's a double match, and maybe you guys have some ideas on how we could maybe collapse it even further. But I figured we have one level match to actually try to do the work, and then there are multiple ways we could succeed or fail. Whatever happens, we're going to take that success or failure and then match it to figure out what we're going to do about it. So I have broken the different paths up and made cool new enums to represent it. So message handling status could be either we handled the message or we didn't. If we didn't handle the message, there's a reason why. If we did handle the message, then there's an indication of whether or not the tools should continue running. So there are then 4 possibilities, right? Either we handled the message and we should keep running. We handled the message and we should not continue running. We couldn't handle the message because we didn't know what it was, so here we'll print a message saying we didn't know what the message meant. Or there's an error, and we just print that to standard error and stop. So these breaks are breaking out of the loop, basically. And when you see that empty parentheses, it's the same as a none or a null or a void. It just means there's nothing. So there's no value to be emitted out of the match. And that's because we're not doing anything with the match result. We're just basically branching with logic to determine what to do next. We're either doing nothing or we're breaking out of the loop. So that loops for a while. The very first message the server is going to send us is going to be the authentication challenge. So that when we go to handle message, you'll see the common part of the tool actually handles it itself. Hold on, let me stop to catch up on chat because I think there was a question or two in there. Why am I not passing it in new instead of run? Passing what? I don't like having arguments to constructors. That might be the answer. So when I do a new, I try to leave the arguments empty. That's just a habit I've formed from in the past where I made super complicated constructors. And it burns you later when you need to work with default values. In fact, the Rust library, the Rust compiler actually recommended to me that I make a default implementation for common to reinforce the fact that the constructor doesn't need any arguments. So there's an actual trait called default. So if our common can be defaulted, that means we really don't want to have arguments for new. So those are the two reasons. Number one, I habitually don't like to pass arguments to constructors. And number two is if you don't have arguments, you can implement default, which is kind of neat. Yeah, if they take ownership and allocate things, in this case, it's only borrowing. So, in fact, the common thing hardly has any state at all. It only holds on to the admin private key, which it constructs itself in its own constructor here. And has no other state. So there's really no state to the common. And that turns out to be the secret way of getting a lot of Rust stuff to work, is if you minimize your state, then when you borrow your state, you're not really locking out too much of your program's code or data from because of the borrows. It turns out if you put a lot of stuff into a structure, anything that borrows a structure locks out the entire structure for anything else that might want to borrow pieces. Default does not mean that. Okay. Default does not mean that. What my understanding is, the default trait means that you can construct an instance of the structure without any arguments. That you can just call default and you just get back the whatever it is. That's what I thought the default means. Yeah, the default value is what's constructed with the constructor, right? With no arguments. Default. So you can do that easily just by leveraging your own constructor if your constructor has no arguments. If the constructor had arguments, I'd either have to invent them here or they'd have to be like default arguments because default itself doesn't take arguments. You can't do it. Yeah, exactly. The partial borrow is the problem I ran into a lot in the last week. So since common doesn't have anything that we really need to borrow, I was able to make a lot of stuff immutable, including the self when we're handling messages, and the run is also immutable. Isn't that cool? I was running into a lot of problems by having to do mute self. So it turns out my experience so far with Rust is that whenever you have to do a mute self, you're towing the line of danger. You're running the risk of running afoul of the borrow checker. But if you make everything immutable, and I should have known this from learning JavaScript, immutable is better than mutable. Immutable, you can share it, and you can memoize, and it's just a lot cleaner. If you have to make things mutable, then you're running into trouble. Of course, we have to let the end tool be mutable because it has state which changes based off of the messages it handles. But that's okay because we've hid it behind a trait object. We don't have to actually borrow any of its state. We have separated its state from its usage through a trait, which is aka an interface. Mutable is best for things with attached state that need to be updated. Yeah, so attached state is kind of like baggage. You don't want to have a whole lot of it when you're traveling. Yeah, magic can happen because we remove the state. That's right. So it got a lot cleaner once I made the common part largely immutable. So back to what I was saying before. In the handle, whenever a message comes in, a text message, way we handle it is the messages from the server all have are all JSON objects with a string which is under the type key. So we tell the JSON value we want to borrow whatever is stored in the JSON object referenced by type. So because we're actually we don't know if it's an object or not, there are two things that could go wrong here. It might not be an object, or it might, if it is an object, it might not have a key type. Either way, when we borrow whatever that is and then try to see if it's a string, try to get it as a string, it could fail. So that's why you have these okay or else and then, because if at any point it fails, since we're returning a result is basically this thing can pass or it might fail. If it passes, use the left-hand side. If it fails, use the right-hand side. In this case, it's going to be an error message string. So the JSON parser itself, if it fails, we catch it here in this okay or else, right? It's an unrecognized message if we couldn't get a string type of a message, right? Otherwise, we go into this, which is called a closure, which is also known as a lambda expression, a lambda in Python, right? Basically says, and then says if the result was an okay, it won't be this type yet. It will be of a type string, right? So message type will be a string. If it was okay, then go into this function. If not, then we just return whatever the error was. So if message type is a string, we see, is it the auth challenge? If it is, we know how to handle it ourselves. Otherwise, we're going to delegate it to the tool through its trait object. Monads, yeah, that's right. Hey there, Ruckerboo. Did I say hi to you already? Yeah, I did, yeah. I didn't even know what that monads thing means, but that's this, right? This chaining of method calls. I remember it being called link. LINQ with Microsoft stuff, because it's kind of like what is it? Object in, object out. They link to each other. Adding a question mark to return the error. If it's an error, else unwrap. Let you take it out of the message type in the next statement. So I don't really need to do question mark early return because this is nice and chainable, right? Hey there, Romania hate. So yeah, I can show you how the auth challenge happens. It takes the challenge string, decodes it because it's encoded in base 64 to go through the JSON, and then we basically need to sign that challenge string with our private key, which is what this does, and then take the signature and re-encode it in base 64, and then send it in a response back to the server saying, hey, server, here's our response, here's our signed signature. Or not signed signature. Here's the signature of the challenge that you gave us. And then the way I've architected my game is a successful authentication challenge. A response to authentication challenge assumes success. If it fails, the server would have disconnected us anyway. So we just proceed to do the tool's work, assuming that the authentication succeeded. If it failed, then we just get disconnected, and then we don't take it personally. So anyway, the details of how the signature stuff is done is very dependent on the libraries we're using. We're using Ring for the signing, and that's a Rust library for doing cryptography, and base64 to do the encoding and decoding of binary blobs in the text strings that go in JSON. And particulars of the algorithm, we're using RSA keys, we're using 256-bit hash codes, and the PKCS1 standard. Not smart enough to explain monads, but it's how the process flows, different than data mining. Yeah, exactly. So not only are these chained, but there's an understanding that there is a short circuit path because each of these will do a no-op for either success or failure. So OK or else does a no-op if it succeeds, and then does a no-op if it fails, right? And the clue is when we see the or else, that means we're handling the negative case, and then means we're handling the positive case. So there are ways we could short circuit out. We could short circuit out if it wasn't a string. Actually, it'll do this and then leave, and then this can short circuit out. If it failed, it won't run that. It is pretty cool, yeah. It lets us kind of describe almost in English what we're going to do. That's why I had these comments here. It's like, start with JSON value, try to get a string out of it. If we got a string, handle the message. Yeah, pretty straightforward, right? Hey there, Dragoneer. Has it been a while? I'm going over some tool coding that I've been doing, porting from Python to Rust today. And right now we're just reviewing the work so far. You just get a random string from the server, sign it with your private key, and the server expects it to be able to decode. Yeah, because the server has the public key. It can verify the signature. That's how asymmetric encryption works. So each side has one half of the key pair. We have the private part, and they have the public part. So only we can generate a valid signature. Everyone can validate the signature, though, including the server. What's the value you sign with? With our private key. What we're signing is the challenge string, and what we sign it with is our private key. And that private key is, I'll show you where it's constructed. It's on disk in a private key privacy enhanced mail format that we read into memory. We tell the PEM library to parse its contents, and then we give it to the ring RSA key pair constructor to construct it. And this was the key that I couldn't figure out for a while. The P from PKCS8 is the correct one if you store it in privacy enhanced mail format, usually. But it's possible there's like an alternate constructor for like a different format. You can store keys in various different formats, so depending on what format you use, you might need a different constructor. But yeah, we read that from file. Don't think we know the purpose of the... Oh, you're saying the random number generator. Yeah, I have no clue. My wild guess would be that this sign function, because it's in a trait, I think. No, it's not even in a trait. Yeah, my guess was because we could have many different padding algorithms. Maybe perhaps one or two of those possible padding algorithms requires a random number generator, but the one we're specifically using does not. This one, there is no randomness. It's using a hash function, and it's using a specific signing algorithm that does not include any kind of random number generation. So I think this is just ignored. We make one that doesn't get used, but there's no way to tell it we didn't need it. I don't know. Because in all of the languages all of the programming languages where I've used this kind of signature algorithm, we didn't need a private key. So if I show you the Python equivalent of this is up here, and we just constructed the signature algorithm using the private key, and we just told it to sign it. We didn't need to use any kind of RNG. So I don't know what it's used for. If you guys know, let me know. I wonder if this actually said something in the comments here. It doesn't even say. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows why an RNG is needed? Did they actually use it anywhere here? They use it in the encoding of the hash. Okay, I guess we could look it up in this RFC. See if maybe it describes a random number generator. Why not, right? I'm always interested in knowing the inner details of these things. It referred to what again? Section 8. Okay, let's see this in dark mode, please. There we go. Let's see if they mention anything about random number generators. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, what if I just search for the word random? Oh, that's the wrong key. Random. Aha. EMSAPSS will require a random salt. Maybe that's why. Yeah. It's probabilistic rather than deterministic, incorporating a randomly generated salt value. So that's probably why. If we use this signature algorithm, it uses a random number. Yeah, okay, so that's the reason. we need it just in case. You know what they should have done? You know what would have been maybe an improvement to this? Is make this an option. Right? If it was that, then we could just pass none for the RNG, and we wouldn't need it, right? Anyway, we're not going to modify other people's packages today. So, yeah, the common part of the tool handles the authentication because it's common for all the admin tools I make. And so that's all that you'll really find in this common library is the answering the auth challenge. And then the main loop is basically the same for all tools so that we do the same thing. The main loop is really just responding. It's responding to messages from the server. And those messages, again, there's only one the common part knows how to handle, which is the auth challenge. Everything else is forwarded to the tool through its trait object interface. So this handle message. So going back to the main program, its handle message is up here. No, down at the bottom. Right. Its handle message, the items tool handles chat and it handles entities. And everything else it marks as unhandled. So I just threw this in here to test, but we could, if we left that out, then if we ran the tool, if someone said something in chat, it would say unrecognized message, chat. But right now we're just printing out chat had this to say. So if I tell it to just keep running after it's done, which would be to say yes here, and then I built the tool and ran it. Let's do that now. So cargo build release. And then wrong window. I need to do items rust. Rusty iron key. Now if someone in chat who's a VIP and above says something like hello, testing. Yeah, this is an awesome tool. It says chat has this to say. Yep. But if I were to comment this out, like that, up dead code, right? It warned us that we don't use that function anymore, but that's okay, it still builds. Now if someone says something in chat testing, it'll say received unrecognized chat message. So yeah, hope that gives you an idea of what we're doing and how it's handled and stuff like that. So I'm going to continue working now. There are a couple things that I haven't done. I've implemented the find items, but I haven't found the count items or the fix items or the find orphans. I don't think I actually need to port that. That was a one-off thing. I don't need anymore. But I might as well implement find orphans and count items. So that involves having a subcommand which needs this block. So maybe that's what we'll start off today with. So current task. Adding more sub commands to Rust port of the item admin tool for my game. All right. So if this is what we had in Python, it's just going to copy it and put it over here in the Rust port and place it right here. Oh, that was ugly. There we go. And this code is going to have to move because that's specific to the find item subcommand. So, but we don't have a place for that yet. Let's just port this code here. Actually, that is literally that line, right? And then doesn't really matter what I copy here, but I need to do that, and I need to do that. And then here we're looping through a table to get the descriptions of the commands. So I need to have a table set up for this, right? Let me think about where I would do that. And in the Python, we had those be members of the this context right here. Do I want to do the same thing? So that would imply that I'm actually going to create the tool first, right? Yeah, and I also think I want to move out this argument from the constructor. So maybe what I'll do is I'll make a new tool up here. So let, we just call it tool. And then we're going to want to, that needs to go up here. We're going to get the longest command length because we're going to pad the we're basically going to make it look pretty. And I had to find out how to do that in Rust. I don't know how to do that yet. So show you that the equivalent is in the Python. If I just run items alone, it prints out this table of what the commands available are, and see how it padded them. So the longest command is count. So it made sure that it's all nice and lined up. So we want to do kind of the same thing. So okay, it's going to stretch my knowledge of Rust. I guess I should set up the command table first. So that's this thing. Let's put that in the struct items. I guess we want to sort it by name because we want to show it alphabetical, right? So I actually don't know what the type of that is in Rust yet. Hey there, fool. Also, hello, Aben Yeager. I forgot to say hi to you. All right, let me look up Rust docs, I guess, and look up standard module collections. I guess I want a B tree map, right? Yeah, we want a sorted map. Yeah, okay. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. Cheers with 3 golems. Struct op is really nice command line parser for us that'll do most of that, meaning the command line parsing. I'll take a look at that later. I'm not too stressed out about the command line parsing. Actually, it's not too bad. 2 seem not enough, 4 too many. 3 shall be the number of the golems, and the number of the golems shall be 3. 4 is too many. 2 is not enough, unless you proceed to 3. You used a nightly feature right now? Good for you. You made me say it. That's right, you did. Okay, so, what's the name of this thing? Commands. So, commands is a standard collections B tree map. From static slice to function. What do these functions actually need? Just the WebSocket. So it's going to be a function that takes a reference mute items, and actually I should probably just make a type. I should make a type for that. So type command handler is a function mute items, and then we also need to mute, we need the WebSocket. So let me find, yeah, here it is, one of these guys. There we go. So that's a command handler. There we go. All right, so then we need to actually construct it. So in the new, I'm going to put that here. Okay, and it doesn't like this Y. I just added it. Why is it still complaining? Oh, because I have to say new, don't I? And I don't need to specialize it, right? It knows. Yep, it knows. Not again. No, this is fine. I actually need it to be more than the function. I need a structure because I need to do what the Python did, which is to hold a list of the descriptions too. These things. So I need more than that. I need a struct command specification. So that is a description. So this can also be static, right? String description. And then impl. We can't use that. Let's call it handler. Command handler. And it's a command specification. There we go. All right, so we're just going to construct them in place. So let items equal that. Actually, I'm going to do it a different way. I'm going to move the commands in here. So we're going to construct the commands first. So let mute commands equal that. And then here I need to be specific, don't I? This type, right? Is that how you do it, or do I put it before this? I don't know. I don't really know how to do that. I think I have to do it by annotating the type first. So I have to do like that, which is a pain because it's really long. I guess I could make a type for just that. Yeah, why don't I just do that? So type that plural equal to that, and then I can just use that here, and then it's much nicer. And then down here I can just say it's one of those, and then call it's new. There we go. And then commands is just commands. We'll move it in. I don't know what you mean by no and you need not, but I'm going to keep going. Coding in Rust is like brain surgery. Such precision is needed. That's right. But it's like brain surgery where you have like another expert brain surgeon right next to you who's named Clippy. And how are you doing, Foreplay? Interesting name. Hoping to see some streamers code in Rust. Yeah, there. A few of my other streamer friends have been trying out Rust, and so I decided a couple weeks ago to do that too. I forgot to say hi to Math and Video Games. That's a nice name. And the Grumpy Game Dev. Hello. And Lunar Artifice, hello. All right. Yeah, I like that name. How'd you get that short name with the clever 4 in front? I don't know. All right, so I'm going to fill in my commands here. Commands, insert. Actually, I can't index. I have to use insert, right? Actually, can I use the indexer? It'd be cool if I could. Count. Let's just start with the 1. Find equal I have to do command specification here, right? Which is copied from here. And this is description. And this is handler. And that's going to be self.count items, which we don't have yet. Cool. Not need specific types in B-tree map. Okay. So you're saying I don't even need to be specific here? Or you meant when I do the new? I think it meant for the new, right? But I still need the type to match in order for it to fit there. Okay, I might as well just make this count items function to make sure it matches. I'm trying to keep everything alphabetical here. Or lexicographically sorted, in other words. So the handler needs to have this signature, right? So that's self. And this is WebSocket. And do I need to return something? I don't know yet. We'll just leave it blank. Oh, we can't do self. I have to do items, : Whoops. There we go. So far, so good, right? No errors? There's an error down here because we haven't filled this in yet. Yeah. I want to move out the item name. I think I want to make that part of run. So there'll be no item name in the state. We don't need that there, right? Well, okay, I can have it set in run because it's mute self, right? Let's put it here. And then just store it here. Self.item name is item name. Look, commands equal command specification new. Oh, yeah, you're right. I probably don't need that type annotation anymore, right? Yeah, you're right. Thank you, man. Okay, and I don't need that. And, oh, it needs to be something, though, right? So, can I make it the default? Default. I think I can. Yep, I can. Alright, and then this will just be, so we already built it. Execute the tool to perform the work. Or run the tool. So this will just be items run. And I need to pass item name. Oh, it's called tool. Alright. And this is, I have to do into. Because it starts its life as a reference. And... oh, I need to make it mutable. In order to run it. There we go. Okay, looks like I got some compiler errors. Okay, it's not going to let me do this Y. We can't do the index. That's what I was afraid of. I was afraid I'd have to use insert. That's fine. We can use... whoops. I can use insert. Insert is just a little bit more clumsy. Where I have to indent one level, but that's okay. There we go. We're all cool with the Rust compiler. We're not yet using the descriptions, handlers, or commands, so that's why they're labeled as dead code. All right. The description says use C++. Are you looking into using Rust? Yeah, I am, actually. I might be switching out Python for Rust, and then the Rust might actually start to corrode my C++. I have written so much C++, though, for this project over the last couple years, so it's going to take a while. Probably the C++ will remain for a while, and the Rust will be like new stuff. We'll see how it goes. There are parts of the game that it's predominantly C++, and it's going to be hard to introduce Rust in there, so it might stay C++ for a while. But yeah, I try to be very flexible with the tools I use and have multiple languages because each has their place for me. Or, you know, if I feel like working on C++, I write part of my stuff in C++. But yeah, Rust is a new thing I'm interested in learning more of, so I'm trying to find every excuse to practice in it, including porting tools from Python. And if I like it enough for all the things I was using Python before to just drop Python. And no silver bullet exists. Yeah, so for example, the front end of my game is on the web. And I know you can do Rust with WebAssembly, but it's just so dang convenient to just do this in JavaScript. So I did it in JavaScript, right? I could have done it in C++ with WebAssembly, could do it in Rust, but hey, it helps me on my resume to say I know how to use React and Redux now. So that's why I use JavaScript for some things. For example, okay, if I want to get the longest command name, then I'm going to want to iterate. I wonder if there already is a reduce for an iterator. Let's look it up. Iterator. Is there like a reduce? I know there is something like reduce, but it's not called reduce. What is it? It's one of these. I guess max would work. That's if they're comparable, but they're not. So I want to do like a reduce. Fold. There we go. Yeah, we want to do a fold to find the longest command name, right? Thank you, man. I do like a challenge, actually. It's a bit early for WebAssembly. For foreplay, you should see Griffing's channel. He's actually using Rust with WebAssembly to make a web app in Rust. So he's doing a lot of cool stuff on his channel. Don't know if he's going right now or not. He also made the chat overlay above my head called Stream Parrot. He also wrote that. So he's sort of my guru when it comes to web devs. He knows enough about web dev and different frameworks to know how to introduce something like Rust into what he already knows. So he already knew WebAssembly, and so he was learning Rust years ago, and I guess added Rust as something he knows how to do WebAssembly in. But he's been doing it recently he's like doing the game of life, just to play around with you and Rust with WebAssembly. Okay, I'm going to use fold to get this longest command length. So we're going to say let longest command length, and then I want to get tool.commands.fold. Well, I need to get the keys, right? Oh, iter, I guess. Iter fold, and then I need the initial value, which will be 0, and then the function, which will be, it's an fn mute, which means it wants a closure, or I could give it a function, but we'll give it a closure, and it's going to be given the item. So each item will be what type? Depends on how b tree map iter, what does it return? An iterator key value. How does that work? Oh, we get them as tuples? Okay, so I'll be given a tuple. Is this proper syntax? It would be key specification or spec. And then I want to say the maximum of the key's length. So key dot. I'm just guessing here. Is it len? Is there a maximum? Max. Oh, there is. Do I have, is that in the prefix or not? Let's see if I can just do max. Oh, I need to be given the, I need to look up fold again, because fold had that second argument. Fold. Right, it's given two things, so this would be the accumulator, right? Let's just call it ACK. Will be terse just like Rust is. So the maximum of the accumulator and the length of the key. Okay, there's no max, so standard... What was it? You know, I wish that the search bar was pinned to the top, because I keep finding myself scrolling back to the top. CMP. Cool. Look, it worked. So it's a U size. We don't need the specification here, so we say we don't need it. And see, I feel like I'm getting better at Rust because I got that in the first try. Successfully used destructuring. Yeah, that's destructuring of the tuple, right? Another way to do it would be to say, I guess, value, and then this would be a value dot zero dot length. That works too. That's how you index it, the first thing in a tuple. But this is kind of nice because you can kind of see the shape of the value of the what's iterated when you iterate a hash map is you get the key value. All right, and then once we have that longest length, then we can iterate again, this time printing. So we're going to do tool.commands.iter. Well, actually, I can just say for, right? For key spec in tool commands. And we're going to do print ln. And this is the syntax I don't know. I'm going to just guess that it's going to be colon. And then, can I just put that? Can I like do? I don't know how to do this. I'm just going to guess it's something like that. And then space, and then the description. I'm just guessing here that I put the longest command length second, and I put the key name first, and then we'll figure this out. The last one is spec.description. There we go. So obviously I don't have it right because the compiler's like, what the heck are you trying to do? You can press S to search. Oh. So if I'm like way down in fold, for example, and I hit S. Oh, that's awesome. I think that you deserve more than 1 point for that. Let's give you 3 points for that. I think it's worth 3. And doc standard format. Okay. Yeah, that's the link we were on, right? That's there, right? Yep. Oh. This is what we wanted. Thank you, DHG Hammond. Oh, so it's a question mark when we use it as a tuple? Oh, okay. See, I like the examples. I learn a lot from examples because that makes it more obvious. We want that, right? Cool. Awesome. So I can now test this out, right? We can just run it and see. It should just have one thing in the list. The rest of the tool isn't correct, but that's okay. I don't need it to be correct. I just need to build it now. And then we'll run it with no other parameter. I actually have to run it manually because the command thing in there puts in the... Actually, that should just work. Items rust. Okay, it printed the wrong thing. That didn't do what I wanted. That's not correct. Do I need to run it through something else, like format? No, println should handle it, right? Oh, no, it didn't do what I thought it did. How do we do it with... See, here for the 4 is hard-coded. How do I not hard-code it? Oh, here we go. So I need to do a $sign. I like the other way better. So I need to do a $sign, and then it's not in a tuple anymore. I like the idea that the value was in a tuple with its own length. What's going on here? Oh, you can do that too? I didn't know you could do that. Why have a 1 in front? The value for the width can also be provided as a U size in the list of parameters by adding a postfix indicating that the second argument. So why do I need a 1 there? What does that 1 mean? I have no idea what that 1 means. Is that what I want? No? I don't understand. It didn't explain what the 1 means. Oh, hold on. Colon. Places? 1 places? So this is formatting X within 5 spaces, right? Yeah, does 1 mean the second variable? I don't know. Like, okay, maybe I just missed something. If I read it from the top, it'll make more sense. Oh, okay. If it's omitted, it's next. So that's if there's a number, but what does a colon and then a number mean? I don't know what the significance is. I know 0 means 0 padded. Right? Try in the playground. Click on run to test it. All right. Run. So what does putting a 0 there do? Run that. Argument never used. Oh, it's saying which argument is the one to so if I put a 2 there, it'll say that there is no such argument. And then if I leave it out, it doesn't like it. So I have to tell it which one is the size? Okay, fine. 0, 1, right? All right, fine. That's kind of lame. I would have done that differently. Argument never used. It was used. Wait. That's this one. Is there. What? Yeah, I have 3 things. This is 2 of them, and that's the 3rd one, right? Hey there, Backcraft. I'm doing okay. Just learning new things in Rust today. And also, hello there, Crossbow. And Sulman Fronty. Yeah, so if 1 is the second positional arg, isn't that the 3rd one? Do I need to, like, be specific here? I guess I needed to be specific. I don't know why, but okay. All right, whatever, Rust. It just got confused. There we go. See, that's matching what I had in Python. That's perfect. All right. Cool. So this is ported now, right? Oh, no, I had to do this part. We have to actually look it up and see if it's in there. And why am I doing... What is the Python for that doing with that, then? It gets command out. Oh, it's just doing an early return if it's not known, I guess. All right, we can do that. So that's here. Let command equal borrow arguments 2 if the way we do it if not in would be if tool.commands dot what was it again? Get. We want to just see if it has it. It'll just be keys dot I've done this before with hash map, and I forget what it was. Where did I do that? No, I did it with a JSON. I didn't do it with a hash map or a B tree. Contains. So from here, contains key. There we go. Close enough. Close enough, man, for a point. Are you using any lib for CLI building? No, it's built into Rust. The making the command line is built in. But if you're asking about like parsing the command line arguments, no, I'm just doing it raw with standard and vargs. Collect it into a vector of strings and just look at them. So it was recommended earlier in the stream to look into struct OPT, but I haven't done that yet. Just doing it raw. Just doing it raw. Doing it live. That's right. So, if not contains key, all right? Whoops. Key is command. And I need to borrow it, don't I? It doesn't like that. Why? Wait, what? Seriously, contains key needs a string and not just a slice? Contains key. What does that mean? I don't understand this. It doesn't take a slice? Why does it want to own it though? Really, it just says it's borrowing it. I don't get it. Is it because the this thing is the keys are slices and this is not a slice? This is a slice, right? Okay, it's unknown because it's confused. If I do that, it'll say it is a... It still says it's unknown. Oh, it's a string. But I thought a reference to a string is convertible to a slice. Yeah, it's a reference to literal too. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. I was just... you hardly ever see that in other programming languages. Usually you just put a literals don't need to have references. It's just Rust being a little bit too pedantic, I think. I don't understand this. Let me get the better error message here. Trait borrows string not implemented for slice. The trait bound... It really wants to borrow a string? Why? Why does it need to borrow a string? Okay, fine. No, that's not it. Do I have to actually say string from? And then a reference to it? No, there's something I'm missing here. Yeah, I'm doing something wrong. This isn't a cow, it's a B tree map from slice to command specification. So the keys are slices, string slices. So why doesn't this work? Really, it's not this command at all, right? This could be ABC, for example. No, it is that. Is this not the type I think it is? What is the type of this variable? It's the same type? Oh, wait a minute, it's not static. It has the lifetime of this vector. I think that's what it is. Why do you want me to do as string? Okay, I'll do as string. Why? I don't just fill in things because people tell me to. I want to understand why. It is string. Okay. Then why doesn't this tell me it is unknown? I don't understand why I had to do that. As string. But it already was a slice. I don't understand that at all. You shouldn't have to convert a string to a slice. It's supposed to be automatic if I take the reference to it, right? The command is not a string. I think it has to do with lifetimes. Oh wait. It's weird that it says this is a slice, but args is a vector of string. Is this a slice because it needs to be a slice because the way it's used is in the context of a slice? I don't know. Okay, but if it's a string, can't I... Why doesn't that just work? Okay, if I have let xyz equal, which is a string, equal xyz into, can't I just use xyz? Or it's... Then am I I'm not understanding strings being used as slices? That means I mislearned something. I need to go back to where they talked about that in the Rust book. They talked about strings and slices being interchangeable at some point. Yeah, let's read about slices again. String slice is a reference to part of a string. Oh, Rally Monkey, 21 months? Thank you, Rally Monkey, for 21 months. That's a long time to be subbed to me. Thank you very much. It wants something that its key can borrow, as you can't just borrow a slice as a string. That doesn't make sense to me. Why would I borrow a slice as a string? So could I have done address of that dot dot? Okay, that works. But I thought I read that you don't need to do that. Okay, I'm just not understanding. I just need to keep reading. Right. Am I just wrong? So you have to just slice it? Okay, fine. I thought that it could just stand in. Yeah, string literals are slices. String slices as parameters. Because string literals are string slices already, this works too. Yes, I understand that. Okay, I guess I must have just assumed that a string can stand in as a reference to string can stand in as a reference to slice. So knowing better now, I just do command that and it works, right? Or if I prefer, I would do abanded, which is do as string slice with the understanding of what it does, which is this extracts a string slice containing the entire string. Because it doesn't take a slice but contains key is generic? Is that why? It is generic off of Q, and but it can't. The Q can't just be anything. Oh, I see. It has to be ordinal and sized. Doesn't it also have to be, oh wait, here's the other trick. The key has to be a borrowed Q. Like you just said, Q is something that key can be borrowed as. So maybe one problem is I don't know what borrow means. Okay, I should just read through this. In Rust, it's common to provide different representations of a... Do we need this to be larger? And on screen completely. There we go. It's common to provide different representations of a type for different use cases. For example, simple storage and management for a value can be specifically chosen as appropriate for a particular use via pointer types such as box or reference count thing. Beyond these generic wrappers that can be used with any type, some types provide optional facets providing potentially costly functionality. An example is string, which has the ability to extend a string to the basic slice. Adds the ability to extend a string to the basic slice. This requires keeping additional information unnecessary for simple immutable string. Adds the ability to extend a string to the basics. That's just worded strangely. These types provide access to the underlying data through references to the type of that data. They're said to be borrowed as that type. For instance, box T can be borrowed as T, while a string can be borrowed as string slice. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Why couldn't I just do that implicitly? I don't know. Types express that they can be borrowed as some type T by implementing borrow T. Providing a reference to a T in the trait's borrow method. The types express that they can be borrowed as some type T by implementing borrow T. So string implements borrow slice, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. Maybe it's because I had a lifetime of static on it, right? Which you have to do. If you leave that off, it doesn't like it. It's like, I don't know what the lifetime of that is. We need to know how long those slices live. Maybe I was just being too smart by making them... I was doing that because I know that they're going to be statically... They do have static scope when I construct them, right? Literally, I use some static lifetime slices when I insert them into the map. It's not about lifetimes? Okay, but why isn't it why is it not about lifetimes? You see what I'm going with these questions? I don't just accept dogma or statements not backed up by explanation, because you might be right. If you're right, then I don't learn anything other than some rule that seems arbitrary. If you're not right, then then I start to make assumptions based on faulty learning. So either way, like, yeah, string does not implement borrow string, but does string implement borrow? So does string implement borrow string though? As I fight with my keyboard and my editor insists on making an XML. That's my question. I guess I could find out in the documentation if I really wanted to know. String, does it implement borrow? It'll say down here, right? Yeah, and it does. It implements borrow. Now, it doesn't implement borrow, add a reference. It implements borrow str without the reference. That's important, right? Borrow, I'm assuming that these two mean something different. I wish it wouldn't assume XML. I'm assuming that these two are different. That it implements this one, but not that one. Because the borrow has a reference implicitly, probably, right? Yeah, there's a reference baked into the borrow function. So yeah, okay. I need to be very precise about these things. Otherwise, like, I get flawed learning. Providing implementations for additional traits needs to be considered whether they should behave identical to those of the underlying type. Generic code typically uses borrow2 when it relies on the identical behavior of these. In particular, equals. Oh, I need to take a break. Oh, let me postpone that for a little bit. I need to take a break. See borrow hash map section below. There we go. Example as data collection. Hash map borrows owns both keys and values. If the key's actual data is wrapped in a managed type of some kind, it should, however, still be possible to search for value using a reference to the key's data. If the key is a string, then it's likely stored with the hash map as a string. So I think the problem is my keys are not strings, they're static lifetime hashes. Right? If I had made this string, then it would have worked. But I didn't. I was stubborn and I made it that. I guess I could use cow too and it would have worked. Here. This emote. Pride cute. So cute. Hey there, Anakin Luke. And hello, they're also Simsy. Forgot to say hi. You should read Programming Rust by Jim Blandy. Really nicely explains all these important traits and relationships. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll give you a point for that. Thank you. Needs to borrow its key to compare a given type. So the problem is that this is a reference to a string, and it doesn't know how to borrow that to compare it to slice. I can kind of see that. If it was the other way around, if it was stored as string and this was a slice, it would just work, right? Okay, I can accept that. Let me move on. Actually, I want to finish this and then take a break. So really just need to print out this message, right? Print line unknown command that command, and then standard process exit 1. Alrighty. Cargo bill release. So now it should, like, wrong window. It should complain if I try to run XYZ. Unknown command XYZ. If I run it without anything, it prints all the ones that are available. Can you try the string root? I guess I can. So the string root, I should be able to get away with that if I make this string instead. Right? I just have to change this now because this has to go into a string. Yeah, that worked. So I don't think the price is worth it though. The price of less syntax here means I had to actually allocate memory. Right? But that's still, it still will compile. I wonder if it'll say that it's inefficient. I should go back and fix those. That's just because we're not using it yet. Okay, it didn't complain about it being less efficient. So if I do, yeah, so this is the price of being more efficient, I guess, is that we have to turn it into a slice to be comparable manually. Rust can't figure it out. It would say that the idiomatic Rust approach would be to implement an enum for different commands and then parse strings directly to them. And use enums as keys in the map, but you can experiment with that later. Okay, so one question for chat would be, what makes something idiomatic? Is there a book called Idiomatic Rust, and if it's in that book, then it is idiomatic? Or does it require, like, working with Rust and the Rust community long enough to get a sense for what the community accepts as being idiomatic? Because idiomatic has a specific definition, right? And this is thrown a lot. This is thrown around so much with Rust and Rust proponents that I think it's worth looking up the definition of idiomatic. So it's appropriate. It's either using, containing, or denoting expressions. What? No. Well, can I say no? I don't want to download it now, and it's not a maybe. I'm never going to use Microsoft Edge, especially because of this BS. Can I just block this out of Bing completely? This, like, I don't know why, but it's really ticks me off. I want to block this whole damn thing. There we go. I never want to see that again. Don't tell me about Edge. I'm never going to use it. All right, using, containing, or denoting expressions that are native to the natural to a native speaker. So, applied to a programming language, this would mean that, like, a native speaker would be someone who uses Rust a lot, and that it would seem natural to do it that way. The other definition, it's appropriate to the style associated with that group. So there's some that implies there's some kind of like accepted style of Rust. Are there more definitions? Nope. I mean, you guys might laugh, but I truly get annoyed by Microsoft trying to ram Edge down my throat. Usually it is using functional approach. So yeah, what defines natural to a native Rustation, and or what is the style of Rust? Is there a book somewhere, or do you just have to get to know people who use Rust a lot? You just have to get a feel for what's natural in Rust. Basically, the way that it's done in the standard library, other libraries generally considered good. So that means in order to know how to do idiomatic Rust, I have to read the standard library implementation. Because with Python, they actually have it coded, right? It's like Python style guide. Is that like PEP 8, right? Yeah. There's an actual document you can read for Python that tells you what is idiomatic in Python. My question is, what is the equivalent of PEP 8 for Rust? Is there such a thing? Because I would love to read it to know what is idiomatic. Otherwise, like, if you're going to tell me that I need to read the standard library implementation, I mean, I'm okay usually reading specifications, but I don't know about reading implementations of standard libraries. That seems like, it seems like being a little bit extreme. Is there a style? I don't know. Is that what makes things idiomatic? It has to be, if it's in this style guide, it's idiomatic? Maybe. How long is the style guide? Fix me. Does this mean it's not done yet? Ooh. Yeah, so do they have... So if we wanted to see if the way to implement what I'm doing is to an enum and parse things into an enum, are they going to cover that somewhere here? Let's see. This is a good resource to know about, though. Let me grab that link and give you a 0.715209. It is 1.0. You think it's pretty old. So is there a newer version? Like stable? Nope. No stable. Lots of stuff for fix me. So it's, I mean, if it's not possible to read a document, guide, tutorial series to learn how to do idiomatic Rust, and I have to read the standard library, I can accept that. But I just like to know, like, when someone challenges me about idiomatic Rust, I'd like to be able to defend it by going back to the reference, what teaches people about idiomatic in the first place, and be able to find information either supporting my point of view or someone else's point of view. We can't just throw around saying, oh, it's idiomatic because that's the way I've always seen it done. Because maybe you've always seen it done wrong. I mean, I don't know. But I guess I can just accept for now that maybe if things are described here, and if not, then I got to look at the standard library to get a sense of what is idiomatic. For example, do they have anything about enums? Well, maybe types. Anything else about enums? Cells and smart pointers. That looks interesting. I've been doing that. I did that last night. Yeah. I actually agree with that. Don't abuse bool, option, or other core types. Yeah. What do you mean needs RFC? Why does everything need an RFC? Yeah, this looks pretty incomplete, doesn't it? You can have custom discriminants? Neat. Could do that in C also. Just make my own style, yeah, and then call that idiomatic. Because there's something we have to watch out for, and that's what Primogen has talked about in his channel. It's great to talk about different programming languages. What's not so great is when you start to kind of say dogmatic things like Rust is the best language, or you're doing it wrong in Rust, that kind of thing. That tends to come across as, you know, overly, extremely opinionated. Hey there, Nixative. How are you doing today? Okay, so even though it might not be idiomatic, I'm going to keep going with this B tree because I like the idea of describing my commands up here this way so that I can have the handler and its description and its key all in one place. Also that document for designing idiomatic APIs. Okay. What makes it idiomatic? Just because it's checked in to rustlang github.io API guidelines? Probably. Sounds pretty authoritative to me. But Rust is the best! I know. If there's one thing that my mentor taught me, it's to oppose and fight dogma in all of its forms. So unsubstantiated claims of superiority, that kind of thing. So you got to challenge it. You got to say, well, why is it idiomatic? Point me to your reference. How do you know that it is? Because we should always be questioning that stuff, right? Someone who really knows their Rust and really knows their idiomatic Rust, if you ask them why is that idiomatic, they'll point you to something. They'll say it's idiomatic because check out how it's done in the standard library here. Or they'll say check out the style guideline where it's talked about there. If they say, oh, I don't know why, it feels like it is idiomatic, then yeah, they don't really know. Then it's like, okay, fine. Cheers, Dragoneer. Thank you for the hydrate there. Rust is head exploding, yeah. Rust is also sometimes table flip. Okay, back to what I was doing. We went on a huge diversion because I had to put in as string here. Because you get this interesting error if you don't. You get the trait borrow string is not implemented for slice, and I learned the reason why. See, it was a good discussion to have because now I know how to interpret this. When it says the trait borrow string is not implemented for slice, it's basically saying that we're trying to take a string and borrow it as if it was a slice, and you can't do that. You can do the other way around. You can take a slice and borrow it as a string, right? Anyway, it has to do with the fact that this hash map, the keys are slices, not strings. If I used a string here and a slice down here, it would have worked, but not the other way around. So to have it work with string slices. Keys that are string slices, we have to turn our string into a slice to see if it's in the map. So I've learned that. Oh, is that the put the table down nicely emote or emoji? 715209. Rust is absolute insanity. Hey there, lyrics. I wouldn't call it insanity. I would call it very, very anal retentive and pedantic, but yet terse in a cute way. This should have been as string slice. To have to abbreviate that because maybe it's less typing, it's really difficult for new initiates of the language to understand, especially that That's also the first three letters of string, only it's not capitalized. All right, I'm going to take a break, and when I come back, I can continue going. But this is now ported, so that's good, right? I need to revise this. This has to be moved into the command, and we have to establish the command handler. And we actually need to pass the command down here to the tool to tell it what to actually do. So I need to do that. Coming from Python and C#? Yep, me too. And C++ in my case. So what I've learned so far in Rust is that... actually, I had this as a note. I have two notes, actually. Rust. My not-so-favorite features. That there's a preoccupation with integer sizes. The snake case opinionated naming. The having to pull in traits when it's not immediately obvious why. Excessive terseness, except for cows, because we love cows. And string and string slice both use the word string in their names, which is confusing. The other thing I've, sort of from a C++ perspective that I have, my weak points, based off of my experience in C++, what's really different about Rust that's been tripping me up is lifetimes, understanding when and how to use them, how to properly declare and use closures, because it's a lot more strict than in C++ function objects. And then I was getting away with multi-borrows in C++ all over the place, where it was ingrained in how I thought of the implementation of just about anything. So I need to avoid that. And then all these helper functions with option and result are taking me time to commit to memory. So which actually I made a little cheat sheet for myself. That's this. I made this cheat sheet to help me memorize more or less what all of these things mean. So when I see and, I mean that that if it's okay or some, that we get a result as an argument, and that's the value. If it's an error, we don't do anything with it. If it's and then we're getting a new result from a closure. Otherwise, error, it's not doing anything. Map, we're transforming using a closure if it's okay or some, otherwise no op. So yeah, I started assembling this, and it's using kind of shorthand notation that I know what it means. I need to expand this to a more detailed explanation if I were to give this cheat sheet to anybody else. But yeah, having to get used to this has been a thing for me, a challenge. To stay sane, yes. Lifetimes and multi-borrows are definitely the hardest things for you back when you switched to Rust as well. Yeah, because I think we're able to get away with this all the time with other languages, and Rust is just, you can't do that. And you're like, but why? I did that in C for 20 years, and it was fine. And Rust is like, don't you know how many bugs that led to? And you're like, oh, okay, fair enough. Anyway, I need to take a break, and if you've been sitting around at your computer, like I have for almost 2 hours, now might be a perfect opportunity to get up, stretch, get a drink of water or something. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. See you in a bit. Haha, I'm back 3 minutes early. Breaks equal not optimal XP rates in RuneScape. Okay. Oh, I'm dropping 40 frames, 70 frames, 79 frames, 109 frames. I just dropped a whole bunch of frames. If you saw the stream break, oh, no, it's dropping more frames. Dropping lots of frames. 205 frames it just dropped. Stream is stabilizing now. Okay. I get worried that something will happen like did yesterday where I had reconnect to Twitch and all that. Most of the primitive types are of 3 length string, U32, I32, etc. Yeah, interesting how terse everything is. Yeah, there's a temporary disruption, a temporary disturbance in the force. Alright, back to work. Adding more subcommands, yeah. That's what we doing. So, I need to move this code in to the actual command. So, I'm just gonna just move it. Wait a minute. I think the way I did it in Python was that we pass the rest of the command line as a slice and let the command deal with it. So instead of item name, then maybe we just pass the rest of the arguments. And then this one went to the sub command, which had that in there. Yeah, okay, that's what I want to do. Just pass RC around. Only multi-borrows are a disturbance in the force, yeah. You got to a stream, Papadas del Papa? That's right. Welcome to the stream. We're still porting Python to Rust today. Okay, so that means I want to move this. Ultimately, it's going to live in the subcommand, which I have a place for now. It was here. I'm gonna just drop it there and fix it in a bit. Okay, so I actually already know that I'm going to be including the command. Actually, why don't we can just give the tool the rest of the command line, right? So I can just say args 3. This is a vector string, so we would end up having a slice of strings, right? And actually, when we do that, we make a slice. I move it directly, right? Let's see if I can get the syntax right. So where's tool run? Here it is. So instead of item name, then it would be args, which would be a slice of string. Can I do that? Oh, it doesn't know, so it has to be by reference. Okay. All right, that's fine. You can own it. I mean, you can borrow it. That's fine. Why didn't it like this? I don't know. Probably because of this. So I need to get rid of item name, obviously. Or do I? Where's item name used? Item name is used in item has matching name. I ought to just pass that in, pass it through arguments. Wonder if anyone would create AAA titles in Rust. It depends on the AAA companies. They need to have developers who know Rust. Maybe they don't. Just pass a reference count around? Nah, we're going to do it with slices. Okay. How did Python deal with this? Or how did I deal with this in Python? It called run, which then, where are the arguments passed? Oh, no, it's given to the constructor, args. Okay, I think I want to completely break away from that. So for now, let's just assume that we need to fill in the item name, but not do it right here. We would do it up here. There. And that means that our commands need to be given the arguments. So that's going to be args is strings, a slice of strings. And why can't I do that? Because it's not, because it's mutable? Hold on, what? I need to clone it or something. Yeah. I don't know about that, Papadas. I think that if someone's proficient in Rust, they could probably get a fast iteration time. I think it's that the people in AAA just don't know Rust yet. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that there has to be an engine and tools in Rust, right? Or at least that are Rust friendly. You think it would take years? Main should parse arguments? Main should parse arguments. Why? This is a subcommand. Subcommands can consume the rest of the command line. You don't know that pattern? The main part of the tool just parses the arguments it cares about and passes the rest. This is a legitimate pattern in CLIs. The subcommands parse the remainder of the command line. So to say main should parse arguments, again, man, I challenge you, because I think that's a dogmatic statement. Main should parse arguments. So my counter argument is that it's a well established. I guess it's also dogmatic for me to say unless I back it up. But I could probably go find you some tools that have subcommands where the subcommand processes the rest of the arguments. Maybe Git is an example of that, right? If you run Git by itself, then you're at its top level where it's like, I don't know what command, but if you do git add or something like that, then the rest of the arguments are specific to the add subcommand, not the global git, right? Yeah, no problem, man. It's just that if you're going to say it should parse the arguments, please tell me why you think so. There's no real place where there's any Rust developers except for browsers. Yeah, but I think that's going to catch on. That would be a nice project for me to do an engine. Hey, maybe my game engine will end up being Rust. Who knows? Maybe. All right, so I moved that code, right? So then down here, I need to figure out why it doesn't like that. Because I think I'm slicing it correctly. The type of this is vector of strings. And I thought you could slice a vector that way, but maybe I'm wrong. Can I get rest equals args 3? What does that do? Is that just something I can't do? Doesn't like that syntax for some reason. Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry, 715-209. I was thinking of Python. That's the Python way to do it. In Rust, it's ... There we go. Want to use struct opt or clap for parsing arguments? Who are you asking? Me? Because it's on the list of things to look into is the struct opt. Lunar Artifice recommended we look into it, but I haven't looked into it yet. I'd rather just do it manually for now until I pick up something like that. Because this gives me some practice working with vectors of strings. So, okay, so we get the arguments in there, and I think we're going to need to store them because we need them when we're called back, so I'm just going to do that. So, self.args equals args. Hold on. I can't actually do that, can I? I guess I need to copy them. Can I do into and make it just a vector of strings? Let's see if I can do that. Vec string. And then I need to create that in new. Here. Vec New. Alrighty, and then I guess it worked because I didn't get any errors there. Clap looks nice. I should, okay, let me take your comment so I don't lose that. I'll make it a sub thing for that one, because clap could be an alternative to struct up. You can send iterator item equal string in place of string. Oh, so instead of slicing it and then just turning it back into a vector, I could just pass in an iterator. Interesting. Won't I have trouble with lifetime though? I guess not, because this knows that the tool lifetime is shorter than the arguments because we made the tool second, right? Yeah, then it would be a little bit more convenient, wouldn't it? So the equivalent of doing that with an iterator would be what? Iter and then skip, right? It would be like args iter skip 3, right? Main actually uses the first 2 arguments, right? First 3 arguments. Yeah, main uses the first 3 arguments. The first one is the name of the program itself, which is implicitly used. And then the second argument is the realm name, and then the third argument is the subcommand. So we need to skip those first 3. So if I did it with iterators, I do it that way. If I do it with the slice, I do it that way. Yeah, sure. Let's get some practice with iterators. Why not? Oh, are you saying do that rather than doing this collect? Yeah, you're right. I probably... Well, hold on. Let me do it first without the iterators. And then I'll practice with iterators later. So this is specifically collecting it as a vector, and then from that point on, operating with vectors. So this is just slicing it so that we can turn it into another vector that the tool owns. Can I get away with... Can I do this without copying, though? Why did I make it a vector? Can't I just make that... No, because it doesn't know the lifetime. Right. That's the reason. This one, would I recommend to a beginner? Oh, definitely not Rust. Don't learn Rust as a beginner. you will suffer. I'd recommend C, actually. Systems language, learn C. Don't learn either Rust or C++. It's not worth it for your first language if you're a beginner. Learn C first. Then probably learn Rust. I wouldn't learn C++ anymore. Yeah. I think Rust, the fact that it's so strict, it would just frustrate you too much if you're a beginner. Which Rust series, Liquid Plumber? I'm still learning Rust. It's only been a couple weeks. But hello. If you're talking about my Rust series, my series was just made like last week, and it was me learning it from really not knowing anything about Rust, but having programmed in C and C++ for a lot of the time. So I'm still doing that series, in effect. This is the continuation of that series. How long have I used C++? For like 24 years, at least. I've used it like since I was just out of college. Actually, well, I was doing it in college. I was doing it before college, too. It's a long, long, long time. Long enough to have had to relearn it. Yeah, so Liquid Plumber, I'm using it in the sense that I'm trying to take parts of my other projects and see if I can port them to Rust as both practice, and also if I do well, then maybe I start using Rust instead of some of the other tools that I use. Yeah, I used C++ too long. Let main args equal standard args take to collect. But I need to get the first one, so I'm just going to keep it the way it is, man, if that's okay with you. Rust don't let you do a lot of things that in other languages are easy. Yeah. A lot of things that are easy, but are maybe bad practice. This doesn't fit anymore because we want args string, right? Actually, no, we don't need that. That's now part of self, so never mind that. So it's self.args3. Actually, technically, if we know that, then can't I just make it a slice? Maybe not. No, just keep it. Make it more efficient later. Just get it to work first, then get it right, and then make it fast. I should say what I'm doing here. So expect the next... I think I will turn this into an iterator thing later, because when I'm using the words next, I shouldn't have these magic numbers 3 and 2 and all that stuff. Expect the next argument to be the command name. Really, it's sub-command name, because the program itself is the command to do something. Expect the... Yep. If none is present, list all commands and their descriptions. Otherwise, look up the command, make sure it's supported. Oh, I have a sense that I should be just moving that into the tool itself. I think I'm doing it because there's no need to authenticate with the server if the command is not known. Oh, I think this is good so far, right? So we grab that. Yeah, we'll fix that when it becomes an iterator. That's what we'll do. Okay, and then we're gonna run, and then it'll come back to our work. Up here, no, down here. Work. Where are you? Work. And we'll extract the items. Okay, this is where it starts to differ, right? What did I do here in work? Right, it calls the right handler, so I need to do that here. So this actually becomes, yeah, this becomes what is done in the count items. Yep, the second part of this actually. There. So that means down here it's got to actually do something, and it's going to defer it to the command. So it's going to say self.commands find or get, and we already looked it up, so it should be in there. So self.command. Didn't I save that somewhere? I didn't save it. I didn't save it at all. We need to do that. It needs to be in there. Let's just make it first. Tool run will get itself command, which is a yeah, might as well just be a slice, right? And then we need to save that. String. Okay. Command string default. Jumping around a lot, aren't I? Oh, I need to save it. Run needs to save it. Run. Right here. Self.command equals command into. All right. Unwrap. And then call it, right? No, dot handler. Self. How come it's not helping me out here? Oh, yeah, borrow. You can borrow that to find it. All right. Now what? Hold on. What's its problem with that? What's the problem with that? Just the return value? Okay. Can I just for now say to do? So leave me alone. There we go. Now what's wrong with this get? Oh, it's the same thing, right? That has to be to as str. Okay, now we're cool. So the handler. How come it's not helping me out with that command handler? Yeah, I just need to get it myself, I guess. So that's self. And that one's the WebSocket. There we go. No, this is why it wasn't helping me. There's something wrong here. There's no method named handler for reference command specification in the current scope. Really? Oh, do I need to do parentheses here? Yes, I did. Did I drop more frames? Oh, wow. Now I'm up to 521 frames. Sorry, I'm dropping frames. So, up to 521 dropped frames. Monka S. Wait, what am I doing? I am delegating to the right command to do the work. This is delegation. Actually, so the commands actually have to return the result, so that needs to go there. And then the this has to do it too. There we go. There we go. How does what work? How does the delegation work? Self commands is a B-tree map. It's a map from the command name to the command specification, which is a struct that has the handler in it, and the handler is a function that on the items. Can't stand the ligature font? I'm sorry. I can turn it off. Can't stand it? There you go. It's off. I don't mind turning it off for a while. Oh, dropping more frames. Dropping lots more frames. Now up to 708. The internet connections being dicey today, I guess. All right, so this is a hash map, right? So we're getting the command specification for that command. And then it better exist because we already checked to make sure it's in there before. And then from the specification, we're getting the handler function, and then we're calling it on the items with the WebSocket. And then there shouldn't be a semicolon there because the result of that is the result of the work. So then that's just delegating through this command table here. So if it's find, it's going to go to count items. Shouldn't be called count items. It should be find items. I think I mistyped that. Yeah, it should be find items. It should be find items. So find items. Make sure that the item name is given, and then it's going to ask the server to get all the items, and when it's done, it'll come back and print them out. So this should be send a message to the server. requesting all the items in the game. Let's make sure this builds. Build release. And it should still work now, right? Okay, so it needs find. No name. Okay, so we should have checked that before authenticating. Rusty iron key. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, because I'm running it through this silly, this thing. I can't use that anymore. I need to update that one. I can just call it directly. Target, release, items, Primus. Well, it's, realm name first and then command. Find rusty iron key. I did give it a name. So is the argument number wrong? Oh, probably because this arg is wrong, right? Yeah. It'd be 0. Yep, that's what it was. There, found my key. Oh, now we're up to 727 drop frames. All right. And it's telling me what about this one? Length comparison to 1. Oh, interesting. So there's a more efficient way to do that, according to Clippy. Is empty to be more clear. Okay. I guess we can say that if it is empty. There, now Clippy is happy. Is it? It is empty. In C++, it would be empty. Rust is empty. There we go. Glug, glug, glug. Cheers, papadas. All right. Okay, so that's one command. Now I can have the opportunity, now that I have this state and with the different handlers, I can introduce another command. So like what I had in the Python version is I could say items count. And it would say that there are 464 items in the game, right? So I want to do the same thing in Rust now. So all I should need to do is add another handler called count items. It's going to look the same as find items. And right now we'll just say to do, but it'll be count items. Keyboard, why you do that to me? Okay, count items. And then all I should need to do is add another entry here. Count. Okay, that description was wrong from before. No one noticed that. It's find that has that description. This is count items. So that's all I needed to do, add a command, right? This is what I want. The boilerplate takes care of all the other things. Now I can run 2 commands, right? And that will do nothing but panic. So now if I run items rust, it's going to say, hey, look, there's 2 commands. So I can do count. And it says not yet implemented. All right. So how are we going to count items? I think we'll just copy from the Python. All right. So that's the original Python there. So there is no argument required, so we don't need that code. Instead, we're doing this. And instead of it being, I guess the state is fetch items, right? Did I do that the same way here? Oh yeah, I guess it's fetch items either way. How did it know what to do after fetch items is done? Like on entities, what do we do there? It goes to on fetch items. Oh, it has another lookup table, what to do next per command. Okay, That's going to be interesting. I guess we do it with a match, right? Match on our match on our own command. All right, so then what's wrong here? Semicolon. Why does it need a semicolon there? Because of the to-do? Yeah. All right, it's no longer to-do. So it's the same thing. Get entities by component type item. Which makes me think that these two should be collapsed together into fetch items. Why don't we just go ahead and do that? Fn fetch items. And yeah, I'm just trying to get what the arguments would be. This is mute self, and it needs the WebSocket. But then the result could be, we don't need an actual success result, but we still need a string, right? And then I'll just pull all these things in here. Like that. And I don't need this and okay. Right. Yeah, and so I can just say fetch items. So self.fetch items WebSocket and okay should continue. Why is the item suffix in those methods? Which methods? I'm missing it. You mean this suffix? I guess I don't really need them. Just call it count, fetch, find. Yeah, I guess so. I didn't consciously put that, but that was in the you're right, you guys are right. It's been in the, even in the JSON. I mean, even in the Python, it was there. It could have just been I could have dropped that word because the whole thing is about items, right? Yeah, I could strike the word item. No, that's okay. I'll give you a point for that because it I like to receive that kind of feedback. It's like, yeah, I don't really need that. So it could just be count. This could just be fetch. This could just be find. Right? This could be find after fetch. And this could just be has matching name. Actually, let's leave item because that is not referring to what we're doing. It's referring specifically to the components here. Yeah, there we go. Now it's cut down a bit. No problemo. Now it's just count. We have to fetch and then continue because we got to wait. So so we don't really, well, I guess the comment says what we're actually doing there. Okay, and then we can do the same thing for this one down here. Same thing, right? I'm wondering if I should put the and thing into fetch and just upgrade the result. The thing is, it's always constant. But this is a bit redundant, isn't it? Yeah, what if I just build that into the fetch? It's just then, it's going to return a constant always. Actually, no, it's not. It's only if the and succeeds, so we're fine. I just need to put that there. And then I don't need that part. There we go. Alrighty. So then we need to customize the find after fetch is when we get the items, we get the entities back. Where does that happen? On entities right here. So right here, it's always doing that. So this is where we have to move it. It's never false. It's false. Well, it's an error if if send message returns an error, right? The and says if it's not an error, then make that the result. That's what and does. But if that send message return an error, then the and does nothing. It will propagate the send messages error for us. So there are two possible results. Either it's okay, we should continue, or send message had an error. Yes, dog, why are you bark? Someone just came home and the dog's like, let me welcome you home. Okay, going back down to here. Okay, so the entities we actually have to dispatch based on what state we're in. So I might as well just do that now. Although I'm wondering if I should do that globally for all of these. Because they're all going to dereference, and they're always going to dereference the entities, right? They all do that. So why don't I just leave these three as is, and then yeah, do the rest of another function. So this would be match self.state. Right now there's only one state, but we'll deal with the others later. It's fetch items, right? And for fetch items, we're yeah, on fetch items, sure. Self.on fetch items. What do we need for that? The WebSocket and the... So we don't really need the message. We need the entities. So WebSocket entities. What type is that? It's a reference to the array. So it's an arbitrary lifetime. That should be fine, right? So then that is the contents of this one. Function on fetch items. Mute self. Does it actually need the WebSocket? It doesn't, so we don't need to pass it. It just needs the entities. So that is reference to vec. What was the type again? Vec value. So that's sur JSON value. And that will call entities. There we go. Well, we're just borrowing the vector. We don't even need to slice it. It's only called from here, so I'm just going to keep it simple and not worry about slicing it. Unless you're saying that I can slice it for free and not have to change any other syntax. Let's see. Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't matter. I'll give you a point. It's probably better, right? I should get into the habit of slicing if it doesn't cost me anything. Could you change your cert JSON value to a string so you won't have to use cert value in your code? You mean like have a type alias for that? I could make a type alias. Will Clippy complain? Okay, yeah, maybe. There's a cost in using a reference to a vector, but I'm just borrowing the vector. Why would there be a cost? Let's see what it says. I'll leave that in there, and we'll see what Clippy says. But I need to fix this. There's a problem here. I didn't handle all possible cases because there's a none. I think for that we'll just do nothing. Maybe a warning. Actually, why don't we have a panic? Reseed game entities. Unexpectedly reseed game entities. And I'm panicking mostly because we're not prepared to actually return anything. Because this is called from a context where we didn't expect anything. If I wanted to handle it and print it and continue, I guess this would have to return the message handling status, but I'm not going to worry about that. I don't mind panicking there. All right, but you guys are right. I'm getting a Clippy warning. One more reference, it cannot be used with non-vec-based slices. So it's not that it's more or less efficient. It's that it's just involving an unnecessary reference. Cargo Clippy is as useful as MS Clippy was annoying. Yeah, I couldn't agree more to you, Liquid Plumber. Also, hello, Silent Z. I forgot to wave to you. So yeah, Clippy is telling me that indeed we want to do that. And now Clippy is happy. And it's all about making Clippy happy, right? Alright, so now my tool should be back to working again. So build and run it. So count does nothing, and find will require a name. So rusty iron key will print out the entity number. Okay, we're back in business. Okay, so then to support right, to support the difference between count and find, rather than just always finding, fetch items has its own like dispatch. Yeah. So right, so the way this works is this acts as a filter. If it's selected, then we put it into the items list. And then once we're done looping through, then we dispatch again. So this part needs to be matched. So we would do match again on the command, right? Self.command find is self item has matching name. Count, well, let's just have the rest be panic unexpectedly asked to handle fetched items. And then call it components. And then there'll be an if there. There we go. It didn't work. I guess I can't do it that way. Did you get that issue from yesterday fixed? I backed up and in the attempt to implement it, and then changed the architecture, and then got through it a lot easier. The end result is that I have to I ditched the idea of having closures and a dynamic dispatch table shared between the concrete tool and the common the part that's common between all the other tools. So that's ditched. Instead, it's a lot simplified. So the only thing that's in the common part now is the admin private key. And so a lot of the places where before the common part had to have mutable methods, now they're immutable. What mud code base are you based on? It's not based on anything. It's all handwritten, Freeman. And hello. If you're new here, check out that, and also you can try out the game. It's all custom written. It looks like this. So, this is the game world we've been building. It's all custom handwritten. The only thing that I did not write are some of the low-level libraries, like the transport layer security, the compression algorithm, zlib, and a few others. But everything else it's all handwritten. Most of it's been done here on stream. That's why we're on stream number 395, because the last 394 streams have been building up all the pieces of the game. And today we're working on yet another little piece, which is a tool that I'm going to be using to find missing items in the game, and also to count them. So this doesn't work for the Rust version yet, but in the Python version we can count the number of items that exist in the game. And thank you for the follows. So yeah, working on little pieces at a time. Do you need physics simulation? This game doesn't have physics. It is inspired by games like Ultima 4, Ultima 5 from the late 1980s, where it's a two-dimensional world. It's top-down, so these are individual characters in the world. So rather than being physics, it's very simple. You move up, down, left, and right. And There will be a little bit of physics in a little bit in that we'll have ranged weapons, and it'll be mostly like just for show. So you'll see a crossbow bolt or a magic spell being projected from one point to another, and it'll just be for show to give you an illusion of physics. But we won't really have physics in this game. Being 2D is not an excuse. Yeah, I know. Dwarf Fortress has physics because it's a very, very realistic simulation. This game is not a realistic simulation at all. We're trying to get away with the minimum we can get away with, to give you the illusion of a game world, but not have to implement every single little bit of it like Dwarf Fortress does. Those guys are just amazing that they simulate everything in their game universe, and I'm doing the bare minimum. Hey, but maybe one realm of the game world will have physics. It's not out of the question. It's just not implemented or designed yet. So yeah, the game is mostly a text adventure based, and it's not a simulation of any kind of real world. So, okay, so I'm going back to, where was I? Okay, I got sidetracked talking about that. So yeah, to sum up what I was saying before, to who was it? To Moodykins, is that got around the issue yesterday, and the tool's running, but it's a different architecture now. It's a lot simpler. A lot of things are now immutable, and the only thing that's mutable is the concrete tool, and it's handled through a trait object. That's what, when you see in Rust a dyne, the next thing is always going to be a trait. And so the concrete tool is now represented to the common part as a trait object, as a level of abstraction. So when you see trait and you see dyne and then the trait name, it is basically handling something that's concrete through an abstract interface, and that's the abstract interface definition. So we just define that, hey, that object you got there under tool, yeah, you can use these two methods on it, but that's all you know about it. Heard some mud stories where you could ignite gunpowder on a float, drop it down the well, and have it explode in the underground stream that the well leads to. Yeah, so certain aspects of like what would happen physically there, what I probably will do in my game is code it as a scripted event. Yeah, I actually haven't played a whole lot of MUDs in the past, but one thing I understand about a MUD is that it's a different kind of game. It's not a simulation of a real world. It's more of more of an interactive story with a lot of scripted events. So that's what we're gonna have, I think. My scripts are in Lua, by the way. If you didn't know that. All right. First saw Rust, saw that variables were not mutable by default. So confused. Yeah, they basically force you to make as many of your variables immutable as possible, because when you start making things mutable, it gets really restrictive about what you have to do. Lua is a great choice? Yeah, I think so. So a sneak glimpse of that would be if I go to my scripts and I show you the give sword script. So this is where we define all the attributes of an item, and then we say what its tile is, how it's drawn in the visual world, in the world view, and we're basically passing, this script passes it to another script, which eventually will tell the game to please take this item and put it in this player's inventory. But the fact that I can do it in Rust means I can like now make it +3, and that's all I had to do. And now for every time this give sword script is run, that item will have a +3 attack bonus, or I can put it back to 2. I don't have to recompile anything. It's really nice. Trait objects are very rarely used in Rust. Really? Because I see it all the time in the standard library. If you have a trait in several implementations, it's common to use an enum of all impulse to have a static dispatch. Yeah, well in this case, I wanted the common part to be in a library and the concrete ones to be in binaries, so I don't think I can do static dispatch. Right? I guess if I put it all into one binary, then yeah. But yeah, we're crossing library binary boundaries here. Plus, I like the idea of separation by interface. Even if it's true that it's rarely used in Rust, it's probably what I'll continue to do. Public APIs that accept trace. Oh, that's exactly what this is. This admin tool has a public API. You can even see its pub. This is the public API to use this common tool boilerplate or mechanism to work with any kind of abstract tool. You did it in your repo. I don't know what you did, but maybe you're talking about dynamic trait objects and dynamic dispatch, and that's cool. They use generics much more than trait objects. Yeah, but they use trait objects too. I don't know. You're probably right. I like how it solved a problem for me here in wanting to separate the common part of all my tools with the concrete parts. All right, I was on this trying to figure out what I was doing wrong here. Oh, does it actually want me to do... I guess I can do as string. And then what does it not like about this? Intended to take a value on mutable items. Method, not a field. Oh, I can't just use get a function? Oh, but I can do items. And then I have to do I guess it would be cleaner if I made this separate. So let me think of a name. What to name it? Itself. Well, I guess we'd have to pass self here, but it's a criteria or something like that, or test. And I would say let test equal that. Yeah, that works. Actually, that means I can probably just put that in that place, right? But maybe it's easier to read if I give it a name. No, that just works. Hinting that there's probably some other common way to achieve that kind of polymorphism. I mean, I could try again to try to do it without traits, but I don't know how it would do that, really. I don't know how to do it yet. So it's possible that man did it in their repo, so I could take a look at that later. But I'm happy so far with this trait stuff. I need to at least have some experience using traits so that I know how to use them. Oh, Silmeth means using traits, not trait objects. Oh, I see. There's a difference. Static instead of dynamic. Yeah, I understand that part. Yeah. I'm not experienced enough with Rust to know how to do that yet. We'll get there. I would just like to get this implementation done today. So this will work with find. What's find after fetch do? Okay, so this is, again, I need a dispatch for this. So I'm going to want to do the same kind of thing, aren't I? Only I don't need the if. I just do the match, right? Match, and then find is item find after fetch. And what does it need in terms of arguments? It doesn't need anything, so I just do self, and I'm done. There we go. Okay, didn't quite like that. Unnecessary parentheses around block return value. I think I have a syntax error there. If you use trait objects, it's like subclasses of an abstract class. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing here. In here, the abstract class is admin tool. The items is one admin tool. This is one, I'm running the wrong file. items is one admin tool. So the implementation of items as an admin tool is this is how we handle messages, and this is what work we do. So it literally is designed to be an admin tool is literally designed to be an abstract class that the common tool machinery uses to actually expects it needs in order to create concrete tools, and yet reuse the common part. So yeah, I can see how there's probably a way for me to have the reuse of the common part, but not use dynamic dispatch or an abstraction. Yeah, not today. Too much for poor Raimu. Okay, what's the error here? Expected function found. Yeah, but that's because I'm panicking. It doesn't like that I'm panicking there? But panic doesn't return, right? So why would it expect a function there? Is it because I didn't have a semicolon there? Okay, maybe that was it. What's wrong with the panic? That's weird. How come it allowed me to panic there, but it doesn't let me panic there? Isn't that weird? I mean, does it really want me to do this? That seems kind of silly, doesn't it? Oh, it wants a function? Really? But that panic never returns. Yeah, but I'm doing the same thing here. I'm calling a function. Right? So this is a function call, so is this. The structure of this is the same as the structure of that. Yeah, isn't that weird? Maybe I need to break it out as separate variables. Maybe I've confused the Rust compiler. I don't know. Most likely, though, I have something that's wrong still here. But let me break it out. So I would do let after fetch equal that, and then do after fetch call it semicolon. It still didn't like it for some reason. Do I have a syntax error somewhere here that I'm just not seeing? I don't know. Oh, there is a syntax error. There's an extra brace there. Okay, so it accepted that, right? It accepts that, but it doesn't accept it if I remove the let and I just call it. So that. It didn't like that for some reason. Isn't that weird? See, now it doesn't like it, but that's basically the equivalent. I just gave it a name and then called it, right? What's the difference? The binding, it's parsed as two separate expressions. It need the parentheses around the match as it tried to call the wrong thing as a function. Yeah, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. So Lunar Artifice says I need parentheses around it? I can try that. So you're saying it would maybe be okay with... So right now it's not okay with it, right? But if I put parentheses around this, it would be okay with it? Oh, yeah, Lunar Artifice got it. Yep, Lunar Artifice got it. Point to Lunar Artifice. But that makes it too confusing. I think I'd rather just have it be named after fetch equals that and then call it after fetch. And I should probably do the same thing up here, right? That is going to be test, right? If test. There we go. Not really idiom. There's that statement again. It's not really idiomatic though. Why? Why is it not idiomatic? Liquid plumber. What's not idiomatic about it? Like, there's not much I can do with the statement, it's not really idiomatic, because I don't know what is and isn't idiomatic. So, all I can do is saying, this is not idiomatic, but I would not be able to tell you why. It's just something someone told me. And then I put the shrug in here. There we go. It's confusing and not legible. That's why I gave it a name and then called it. So that's my attempt to make it legible and less confusing. How does this after fetch match stuff work? This match is giving me the function to call. It's a static dispatch. Oh, you mean before I gave it a name? Okay, I see what you're saying. So if anything, I would say I'm assigning this a name to make it clear that we are doing a static lookup and dispatch. Static lookup and dispatch, right? Because we're looking up by the command name to find out what we should call next. So this is what we call to filter. So this is really item filter. So if it matches the item filter, then we insert it into our items list, and then when we're done iterating and we've collected the items we care about, then it's like, what do we do with the items? So maybe a better name for this would be instead of after fetch, it's process items, right? And now I can add stuff here. So count, I think, had just a constant. Yeah, it's just true. So count would be, I need a function here. Actually, it would fit even if I had a lambda, right? Self components. That didn't quite work because that's not a closure. But I could make it one. Oh, I hate doing this though. So what I did in Python was they're all lambdas. Should I just do the same thing? I hate capture this. I won't be able to capture self though. That's the problem. That's the problem I ran into yesterday. Was I won't be able to capture borrow self and then use it at the same time. Like if I did it this way, in fact, it won't even let me do this, right? I have to say like this or something. Self dot that components. It's going to tell me that I'm borrowing self twice, right? They're not identical. Why not? That returns a bool. Primary list parentheses has some weird operator precedence. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, what's the problem with this one? This is a different problem than I expected. Oh, one has a self and the other one doesn't? No two closures, even if identical, have the same type. Consider boxing my closure and are using it as a trait object. But trait object is rare. It's saying that the closures... Oh, I see. It's saying that these closures have different types and so we can't use them in a match. Well, bummer. I guess what I'd have to do is hide it behind hide it behind a generator, right? So I'd have to say something like make count item filter. Make a count item filter. Or make count filter. And that is I don't know what types I need yet, but that will be an FN once. With components, which is what this one takes. There. Return. Well, and then. Do you have another arrow here? Is that how that works? And then you don't need this. And then return true, or just true. Since every closure has its own type, using closures is a common use case for dying traits object. Yeah, which is what I'm going to end up doing, because that FN once is a trait. But how come I didn't like that? What does it not like about this guy? Oh, because it needs to be dying. There we go. Dynamic trait object. It still doesn't like it, though. What did I do wrong there? Is it because of that? Do I don't really need to box it, do I? Yeah, but this is needlessly complicated. Shouldn't I? Like, when you look up stuff like, hold on, let me find this. We don't need this anymore. What was I looking up before? Like, for example, map, right? That's not the right map. I want, option map. Oh, they do it with where clauses. Yeah, okay. F. Where F is that. It doesn't like that Y because it doesn't need to be dying. I need to have F here. And I need to actually return true. What did I get wrong there? You already tried cargo dock? I don't remember. I think so. To use different type closures, you need some kind of pointer to closure. So you need to either box it or borrow it with a reference. Yeah, how does something like map work? Well, map takes in an F. I need to find one that actually returns one. I guess I can just look it up. Rust return closure. Why are we so zoomed in? I don't know. Impl. There we go. I want impl. It still didn't like that. Is it because F is not correct? Expected trait. Hold on, what's the difference there? Why we use Bing? Because Bing does not dox me. What's wrong with this one? Similarly named trait FN defined on 69. A trait with similar name exists. I don't get it. Can I not use... I guess I'm not allowed to use that. That can't be generic, so what? I just have to do that? Okay, that worked. And then FN make find filter. So I didn't need an F. And this one needs to capture self or to borrow self. So, and that it's immutable. So I need this one to take a reference to item. I guess I'll just say self. And then copy all of that. And then this one's going to return yeah. Well, hold on. Brain fart. This has got to capture self and just do that, right? Okay, I didn't do that right. Can I not capture self there? Cannot capture. Oh, I'm being raided by Adam. Hey there, Adam. How was your rest of your stream? I watched a little bit of the beginning. Hey there, Capital Baited and Funky Monkey. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to explore if I understand how to make trait objects which are closures and fit them into a static dispatch. Everyone in chat is telling me I'm doing it horribly wrong, but I like to learn from failure. Hey there, Across and N Perry, C17R. Actually, N Perry has been here. Nuclehead, hello. It was good. Thanks for asking. Got a bolt. Okay, don't let me keep you. See you, Adam. Good luck. Good luck. Hope you make it there on time. Yeah, not in the same room. That would be weird. Hey there, Apollo I, Dr. Robot, Vinik. Yeah, we're looking at Rust today. Hey there, Ecton Dev. I'm not going to be able to wave to everybody. There's just too many people. I'm just going to try to say your name if I don't think I've said hello yet. Hey, or Driven. When you want to see the implementation, you can always click on the source at the bottom right of the function. You mean in the documentation here? Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. When you want to see the yeah, okay, got that one. And let's see. Oh, hey there, Stefano. Yeah, so if you've never been to my stream before, I work on this game called Omni Arena. It is here, and there's a little intro video. It looks like this. Now, there are many aspects of this game. It's all written from scratch. So you might be interested in what's the play like in the game, or maybe you're interested in like how it was coded. There are different aspects of that. There's a lot to explore. I have a lot of commands to answer basic questions about it. But suffice to say that I'm building up an entire multiplayer game infrastructure, and one of the things I need to do with it is administration. So, for example, let's say I am missing the rusty key. I can run this admin tool called find the rusty key, and it tells me the key, the index, the entity number for it. So 74587, I can use that and go back into my game here and plug that number in, 74587, fetch, and I can see, well, who has it? It's interesting. No one has it? That was odd. Oh, open holder. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. So Cassius King is holding on to the rusty iron key, right? And if I wanted to, I can go to where that player is in the game. They're standing right there. We can't see them because they're logged out, but if I do show ghosts, we can see where they are. So I know now that Cassius King, who's standing there in the world, is holding on to the rusty iron key. And that's just one example of an administration task I might want to do. I might want to also run a similar command to count the number of items that exist in the game world. So these tools, I wrote them in Python, and then recently I've gotten interested in Rust, so I learned enough of Rust to get myself into trouble. So I'm attempting to kind of
solidify my understanding of Rust and like how to do things in Rust by attempting to port these tools like this items Python script from Python into Rust. So that's what you'll see me doing today. Let me know if you have any questions. I'll try to answer them. And hey there too, bud. If I don't answer a question, it might be because you might need to tag me, or I just missed it. And yeah, feel free to tag me in chat if you have any questions. So this tool, you can see it's the same tool, but it has different subcommands. So there's like count, and then there's like find. So find gives us a specific item. Count just gives us a total count. So it's using the same tool, but different subcommands. So I've been, in the Rust version of it, I've been adding it in here. And this is where I am at this point, where once we are get the list of entities in the game that are items, we're going to run a filter on it to do different things. And then once we get the items that we care about, then we're going to, again, do something with that. So for find, it was, see, does the item have a matching name? So it the entity has to have an item component that has to be an object. That object has to have an N key, and the value of that has to be a string, and the string has to match the item name we're looking for. And that's the filter to find that item. If I ran it again, but with instead of rusty key, I did gold. There are a lot of gold items in the game, so we're going to get a lot of results, right? So these could be piles of gold in people's inventory. They could be sitting in the game world somewhere. So a lot of items could have the same name, right? So we could end up getting a lot of things in self items. What we do after we find them, so for find, we just print out the entity number and the name, right? For count, though, we're going to just increment a counter, and we're going to, at the end, list out the total. So, which in this case was 464. Yep, thank you. I need to hydrate. Thank you, Liquid Plumber. Cheers to you. So this is a database. You can think of it as a database. I've actually been porting the information to a database, but still, at this point, we're not done with that. So if I show you the game's snapshot, for example, here's where all the items in the game, along with everything else in the game world, is stored. It's in one huge JSON object. So entities that are also items will have an item component. So, for example, this stack of money, this water of life here, that was some kind of weird test item I had. These are all the item aspect of certain game entities. So the game entity is just a number, and an item it can have both an item component, and it could also have a tile, which is how you draw it in the world. It could also be a container. So this entity here is not only an item, it's also a container, probably, because it's a chest containing other items. So the way we store the information for the game right now is in this huge JSON object, but it's being ported to a database. It's just not done. I'm not done with that yet. Snake cases, love. Yeah, that's one thing that I've learned about not my favorite features of Rust. Not to say that I hate it per se, but the fact that Rust is very opinionated about the casing. So we can override it with allow non-snake case, but Rust likes us to use snake case for our names. So you'll see me doing snake case, whereas in the Python equivalent before, I usually used camel case for the names of things. Are you going to use Mongo? I don't know. Right now, I'm going to be using SQLite because it is fitting the architecture of the game server really well, and I'm used to relational databases. I don't have any experience with non-relational databases. Perhaps if I pick up Mongo, I'll be like, I should have used that from day one, and then I'd switch to it. But at the beginning, right now, we're just going to go with something I know, which is an SQL database, and SQLite fit really well. Just asked if it's a JSON database. The thing is, I want to get away from this JSON format, this game snapshot, because this is really huge. It's how do I collapse it right? It's 11,000 lines just for my test environment, which is really teeny tiny. In the production, it's like way bigger than this. It takes a lot of wasted processing cycles just to parse the syntax of this. I'd rather put it into a binary format if I can, whether that's in a database or it's just in a custom binary file. I need to do that because that actually is a performance bottleneck for my game right now. MySQL supports non-relational database. Yeah, but again, I want to go away from JSON because the parsing and generation overhead is just tremendous. Maybe if Mongo did it better than me, I could let it use JSON, but I don't know. That would be an experiment in its own right. We did look at using the JSON extension to SQLite, and it's like, well, it's still doing it as JSON, so we're just moving the problem around. One huge JSON object, what could go wrong? It's not that it's wrong, it's just that it's slow. But my order of operations has always been to make it work first, then make it right, and then make it fast. So my game works, even though it's one huge JSON file. To make it right, for in this case, it's right enough, but it's not fast. So it's sort of like an optimization to move the data from JSON to a database, because we're not adding functionality, we're not fixing any bug in the game, we're just making it faster. The game works just fine as one huge JSON object. It's just slow. Never codify your approach that matches your general approach too. One of my mentors gave me this. It's I think it's a really good general philosophy about how to do development, is don't care about making it right or fast at first. Just make it work. Get it to pass its tests, meet the requirements, just get it implemented. Then once you get it to work, then start thinking about how to make it more maintainable and readable. Do refactoring at this point, right? And then once you have really nice maintainable refactored code, then worry about, is it fast enough? Because what you'll end up doing is you'll be making your life a lot easier. You can much easier worry about the performance if you can read your own code and the code actually does the right thing. But if your code doesn't even work, then why the heck are you worrying about how fast it runs? It doesn't even work. Yeah, I'm usually in phase 1 because my project is so huge. But I will sometimes stop once I've gotten a piece of the game to work, and I'll try to make it right. And occasionally I even try to make it fast. Usually it's if this performance becomes a huge bottleneck, where it kind of screams like, no, you got to stop, you got to make me fast enough. Before you can make the rest of the things work, you have to make the first part fast. I would like to learn GraphQL also. You never get time to go back and do it? Yeah, that's my experience in big companies. You have to try to fit in when you can, making things refactored and fast. Or make it a part of your original requirements, right? If your requirement is to be fast, you've built into step 1 the need to do step 3. Now you're stuck. So yeah, if you really want to make sure that your code is readable, make the requirement involve readability. The deliverable will not be ready until the code passes readability tests. Can you tell I used to be a manager too? Your code is so fast you can't see how it panics. Yeah, I know that feeling. Okay, I was playing around. Really, this isn't what I'm going to go with, but I was just experimenting with how I would do use closures here. But I probably won't do it this way. I'm just trying to figure out what am I doing wrong with the syntax here. It let me do that syntax here, but not here, but I think it's because of this self. So, yeah, actually, why am I... That's not going to be an argument. That's not even correct. All right. Closure is a stack-based struct of its own environment, basically an anonymous struct. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do with these factories is force it into being a trait object. So that the types match, and so it didn't accept this because these two have a different type, right? These two have a different type, and so Rust says, you can't give me 2 different types for 2 different arms of a match. So by forcing it into these factories to have the same type, I'm hoping to make it work in this match. So in other words, I want to be able to say this. I want to just, hey, make me a count filter, right? And we can even do self here if we want, right? And then self, make me a find filter. Of course, I have no idea if this is going to work. I'm just playing around here. Let's see what Rust thinks. What if I just comment this out for now and just have 1 arm? Will it even accept that? It doesn't look like it. No method found. Oh, I need a mutable. Do I? Oh, can I just say self here, right? Yeah, okay, actually it accepted that. It just, I can't call it like that because I'm passing the wrong number of arguments. That makes sense. Actually, that worked. So if I can get this to work, then I'm set. I'm kind of scared about this one, though. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Why not? Cannot infer an appropriate lifetime. Uh-oh. We're going down the route we went yesterday where I got stuck. You could just replace this component's foo with box. Yeah, I know you guys are saying I should box it, but I was trying to see if I can get away without boxing it. So you're saying, Selmith, there's no way for me to do it without using box? Is that what you're trying to say? Because when you say you could just replace, I accept that. I could just replace it, but can I do it without boxing? Still have different types, but the types are the same, aren't they? Or are you saying that this keyword makes them different? Because I could accept that. I don't really understand this keyword impl here in this context. If this means that you're going to possibly get any one of many types, then maybe there is no way other than to box it. Types are resolved to compile them, okay. So if I really wanted to do this elaborate mess, you're saying I would need to box the whole thing, right? Like that. And then I need to do a box new right here, right? And give it the closure. And it was okay with that, although this looks like it's going to tell me that it's deprecated. I have to say dyn. Fine. All right, so and then really impl is replaced by box dyn. And at this point, box. But I'm not going to go with this because it's just too clumsy, I think. And this probably has a problem because it's borrowing self. Yeah, it has a lifetime problem. Keyword lets you not specify a type exactly. Yeah. Twitch supports vertical monitors. It does? I didn't know that. Wow, I have to take a break soon. I'm using WorkRave, and it tells me that in the next 12 minutes, if I don't stretch, I'm going to explode. Okay. This has a problem with lifetimes. This is where I got stuck yesterday. It will only return some struct that implements a trait. The compiler will figure it out. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you had any issues with surd, or has it been night? Surd's been okay. I had trouble with surd when I tried to use the deserialize because it's very strict about the shape of the JSON. So I did that because viewers were like really pushing me. Try deserialize. So I tried it and I'm like, okay, it works, but the JSON has to be perfectly shaped. If it's not, it just panics. So, and I'm working with JSON data that's sort of, not exactly conformant all the time. So, what I'm ending up doing with surd is a lot of, how do I show that? Like this stuff. It's like, sure, we have components. We know it's a JSON value, or we know it's an array of JSON values, a slice. So, first we're going to go to get components, which says, let me iterate that slice, and let me find the component that it has to be an object, and then it has to have a type, and then that type has to be a string, and that string has to match the argument, in other words, item. So we're basically looking for the component, the item component of the entity, right? And then make sure we get the component. So it's a lot of these tests because the shape is not coerced into a structure by surd. It's very, very loose. So this is probably the most dynamic you can get with Rust so far that I've known, is that this value can have anything in it, and then we're basically saying, well, make sure it's an object, then make sure it has this value, and then make sure that value is a string, and then it better match or else it's going to be false, that kind of thing. What's cargo check saying? I'm not just using cargo check, I'm using cargo clippy. And cargo clippy was fine with all this stuff. But if you're wondering about that line, I'll run it right now and show you. Cargo clippy is going to say that it's about the lifetime stuff. Might have lifetime issues. Yeah, I definitely have lifetime issues in there. Technically in any type. Yeah, I'm probably going to abandon this boxing dynamic closure business because I got way too frustrated using it the other day. Although I kind of feel like I'm close to it. Yeah, if the difference is static versus non-static, can I just say static here? Where does it want me to actually say that? It wants me to say it right here and here, right? What if I just say that? Maybe it'll be happy? No? Can't you be happy, Clippy? It found one that was not... oh, the box new is not static. Yeah. It needed to be static and it wasn't. But can I do that with box? I don't know. Self makes it not static. Yeah. Although I could cheat and totally do this, right? And then it'll just fail elsewhere. Right there. I know this this dance with Rust. You say, oh, no, Rust, trust me, it's static. And then it's like, whoa, wait, you didn't use it there with the static self. Yeah, this is the dance that I got caught up in yesterday. Yeah, about lifetimes and all this. So I could, if I was better at Rust, I could probably figure this stuff out. But it's already way more complicated than I need. What I really just need to do is undo for a while and go back to static dispatch. That's what I'm going to do. So go back all the way out, undo for like an hour. Oh, I got to take a break in the next 10 minutes or I will blow up or something bad will happen. Yeah, I need to go back until, yeah, back to where we were using static dispatch here. Right. So the problem is I need to introduce something that returns true. So it has to have the same type. It has to be a function. So I basically just need to make one of these that just returns true. Function pick item always. Right? Select always. Well, select always. Filter always. I don't know. Select always, which is just true. And then I could just do items select always. Right? And I'm done. There we go. And it didn't even need components. But we have to have that in there because the types have to match every arm. Bool is copy. It shouldn't need to be static. Guess it needs a reference to self. Yeah, it's the self reference that we were having trouble with. So I could probably figure it out. Like, essentially, it's the same thing, right? It's just we had to formally make it a method of items. But it's really, I just need to return true here. When I just need this to be a function that returns true, so that we always insert it if we're counting. But for find, it has to actually match a name that we've stored in self. So this is the same thing. It's static dispatch. But I just don't know how to do it with closures yet. Closures would be really cool because then I wouldn't have to do that. I could just say that I don't care about your argument. I don't need your argument. It's just true, right? And that's what I totally did in the Python version here. The only overhead was I had to say lambda components. Otherwise, it's like, no, always count that one. It would be cool to say that, but I don't know how to do that yet. I'm not an expert at Rust. So anyway, yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to continue struggling with Rust. And again, I am basically porting this Python stuff to Rust. And if I was really good at organizing my screen, I would show it side by side. But how about I'll just flip back and forth a few times, and you can get a taste of what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to flip, and I'm going to flip back. I'm going to flip forward. You can see what the Python has is there are 4 different subcommands, and I've done the find one already, but I'm adding the count. So I'll have to add the count lambda, which counts the item after it's fetched, which is just returning the length of the items that we fetched. And then I'll have to add the lost and the fix. Although fix, I think, is an obsolete command. I can just drop that and not port that one. But I want lost, because that's the tool I use whenever items get lost and I need to recover them. Count is just a fun little command to tell me how many items there are in the game. Just says there are 464 items. And then find is really useful if I just lose track of one specific item and I know the name of it. I've been paying attention to be sure, but in general, when you run into issues where you're finding lifetimes and callbacks, it's often better to switch to a trait than using that as function directly. So that's what I did yesterday when I got stuck. I was trying forever to get the dispatch table in at the very top of this. Let me find that for you. It's in the here. Where is it? see this dispatch table? The items tool cares about chat and entities, right? But the generic common part of the tool doesn't care about those messages at all. It only cares about doing the common part of the tool, which is the auth challenge. So what I had before was, instead of this like statically dispatch auth challenge and otherwise go through a trait object, that's what this tool is. It's whenever you see dying something and that something is a trait, then this is a trait object. In other words, an interface to an abstract implementation somewhere, right? So rather than doing this, what I tried to do first was I tried to have the tool, instead of it being present through a trait object, the tool would actually fill into a hash map, and then this code actually just did a get on the hash map, and we seeded the hash map with an auth challenge entry, and we let the tool add its own entries, and the entries were all closures, and it just wouldn't compile because the closures for the tool's message handling, they all have to operate on self. Because down here you'll see, where is it again? I'm in the wrong file. Yeah, these have to do like these functions which mutate self. Fundamentally, this one is going to store things back into self. Self items insert. It has to mutate the self, right? So I was running into a lot of problems inserting closures into a hash map that we would then do a get on message type here, because I was already capturing self, and it would tell me, well, you captured it twice, or the lifetimes don't match, and I just got really frustrated with it. So I dropped that, and I went to using a trait object, and now it's actually a lot cleaner. This common thing only has one piece of state, which is the RSA private key to authenticate with, and so a lot of these methods are now immutable. So the self is not mutable, so a lot more flexible, and so that's what I learned. If anything, my weak points in Rust so far are that I do too many multi-borrows. I don't know how to use and define closures correctly, and I don't know how and when to use lifetimes. And some viewers in chat earlier were saying, yeah, that they had the same issues. Coming from a C++ background, these are big tripping points. If anyone were to write a book to help C++ programmers learn Rust, please cover these three things. These should be like the main chapters of the book. It's like, yeah, get the syntax out of the way. Now the real stuff. How do we do lifetimes? How do we do closures? And how do we avoid multi-borrow? And then the other thing that I keep stumbling on is how to use these helper functions for option and result. So I've been forming together my little cheat sheet, which looks like this right now, and it's not really, it's using some shorthand that only I understand, but I'm trying to list all of the helper functions associated with the result and option types, which are prevalent in the standard library of Rust. So you'll see like .and or .or else or .unwrap, and like just to get a grips of what each of these things does, I'm making this cheat sheet. So I know that whenever I see .and, that what it does with an error is nothing. What it does with a non-error is it takes the argument to and makes that the next result. So, because these are kind of used, I think it's called monads, although I'm not comfortable with that term yet. They're used in like a chaining mechanism like this. So it's just the result of the previous step is then transformed to the next step. And this pattern you see in other languages too. Now I'll be just shilling, but Programming Rust is that book. Okay, so that's the reference someone gave me here. Silmith also said before, read Programming by Rust by Jim Blandy. I'll have to do that. I guess that's my homework assignment. Are you Jim Blandley? Is he paying you? Hashtag ad for Jim Blandley's book. Anyway, so yesterday I got myself out of the predicament by using a trait object, making the state of each of these types as minimal as possible, and passing through things like, so you can see the common part doesn't hold on to the tool as part of its state. It's given the tool during the flow of the code, and that goes along with the functional programming. So your state is either nothing if you can get away with it, or it's very minimal, and the work is just a chain of functions calling other functions and returning functions. Good video on lifetimes? Yeah, I already watched that one. I didn't like that one so much. He covers lifetimes a little bit, but he spends most of his time answering questions from viewers that had nothing much to do with lifetimes. And he even used some deprecated syntax with references that kind of tripped me up. So I mean, the guy's really nice and really explains things well, but that particular video didn't satisfy my my hunger for learning about lifetimes. I really want to get into how the nitty-gritty stuff of lifetimes, how to handle really, really bizarre error messages from the Rust compiler about lifetimes. And that, if anything, that video is a good introduction, but it doesn't go deep enough, I think. But yeah, nothing. I don't want to say anything bad about John. That is an awesome video for a great introduction and a little bit of taste of lifetimes. But yeah, it just doesn't. For me, I need more. I need more. I'm hungry for lifetime knowledge and understanding. Yeah, that's true. The video is a little bit old, right? Yeah. He probably has some other videos I just haven't found yet that get into more intermediate or advanced. But it was a pretty good intro. He actually walks through setting up the example from scratch, which is really nice to see. A lot of people will... I need to take a break. A lot of people will just jump right into their subject, and you're like, well, how do I get to that point? And he actually took the time to do cargo new and start typing everything fresh, which was nice to see. Okay, I need to take a break in a minute. Let me try to find a good stopping point, though. How about I get that stuff working that I was just working on a little bit ago? The count stuff. I am missing the count down here. Yeah, that's what I'm missing. His video about async and futures is awesome. I don't mind if it's 5 or 6 hours long. I'll just cut it up into like 4 different days. Watch an hour or 2 a day. Let me make a note about that and give you a point in my stream for suggesting it, because I love these ideas, homework assignments for myself. I will never run out of things to do because of you wonderful people giving me all these leads. Okay, what I want here is count is going to go to items count after fetch, and we need to make that happen. So I'm just going to completely just like copy find after fetch, and here we have count after fetch, which makes me think I should call this one something different, like begin count. Yeah, shouldn't that be called begin count? Begin count. Begin fetch. I like to keep my names not so abstract, but more concrete. Like, okay, this will begin counting items. This will begin fetching items. This is counting items after we've fetched them. So, and this one, it's really easy, right? I just need to return the self.items.length. That's all we... Oh, actually, no, we need to print it. So let's shamelessly copy from the Python version of this, which, oh, it should be, where is it? Where is it? Count items after fetched. Here we go. Right. So I want that, and I want it right here. That's the Python version. Let's convert it to Rust. I want the same string, but it's going to be a print line. There are, and then instead of figuring out how to do the fstream equivalent, I'm just going to put self items lane here, and then just leave that saying, pick up the next parameter, please. And we're done. Only that line is not necessary. There we go. So that's done and done, right? And I need to fix up some of the name changes I made here. That should be begin. Actually, both of these places, right? Begin. And then a couple more syntax errors. Did I rename fetch? Did I? Oh, begin fetch. Begin fetch. Yes. Okay, and then what happened up here? Begin fetch. And then down here... Oh, did I not rename it begin find? Yeah, I didn't. Begin find. Because it can't find it until we actually begin fetching. Begin find. There we go. And now let's try it out. So I'm going to build it. Let's do Clippy first. Okay, we have some warnings. Unreachable pattern, that's not good. Matches any value. Oh, because it's not in a string. See, Clippy is the best. Hey there, Primogen. How are you doing today? Shout out to the Primogen. If you want to see a real programmer who's got personality and not just a boring old guy like me, you should watch Primogen. He is working on all sorts of cool things. He uses Vim, so if you hate the fact that I use VS Code and you'd rather see Vim, check out the Primogen. Primogen is also, don't tell anybody this, but Primogen is my secret evil twin brother, who like is much more popular than me. No, it's usually I stream in the mornings and Primogen streams later, so you can watch both of us. Just watch me in the morning and watch him in the afternoon and the evening. Read your comment above. Isn't count after fetch simply just correct a current count? Yeah, I guess so. But it basically what it's trying to say here is we have to have fetched it. If we didn't fetch it, the item starts out empty down in the new. It starts out empty, so if we counted it, it would be 0. So this is, I guess, it's just my way of saying we should only call this after we've fetched. It also matches this name, so it's just, I guess it's my naming convention to keep track of when should I call this. I should call this after we fetch the items. So that's the only real reason I'm calling it that. But you're right, I could call it current count. Then I would know that it's the count of the items I currently have. But also it's doing a little bit more than just counting. It's also generating a report. So maybe it would be like report current count. Would be so different names. You comment above that. Okay, I'll restate here. The worst thing that has ever happened to you, our third brother got banned. Oh no, who got banned? Who? Was it who I think it was? Was it Rustin? Did Rustin get banned? Doc? The Doc got banned? No way. Does that mean you're the new Dr. Disrespect of coding, Primogen? Because I've already considered you to be such. The Doc, huh? Bummer. I'll have to catch up on current events later. All right, does this build without warnings this time? Oh no, I never fixed that. All right, so count arrow. That should have been a string all along. Clippy is our friend in Rust. He's not as annoying as the Microsoft Clippy. He's actually useful. He tells us there are no more problems, so that I can go ahead and build the release and run it. And then what's really cool about Rust is once you get Clippy happy and it builds, usually it just works. So I should be able to say items rust count, and it should just work. First try. And now if we want to find, it's going to be like no name given, and I'll say, find me some gold. And it's going to be like, here's all the gold. Educational blog post for Rust beginners. That's a good one. Thank you, Vizara. I like that. See, we're collecting all of the information so that maybe if I get off my butt and do a blog post, I can just have a blog post that references all the other blog posts, and then I'll be like a super blog of all of the things you should look at if you're learning Rust from a C++ perspective. I started that blog and I only got 1 day into it. All right, I should take a break, but I want to keep going. But I really should take a break. But it's only going to be a couple minutes. Yeah. So please don't leave. I've been sitting here for the last hour and a half, and I'm trying to use this new gadget, WorkRave, which reminds me when to take breaks to avoid eye strain, repetitive motion. It's a good thing. It's open source. Have I seen that one? No, I haven't. That's another one. Let me give you a point for that. See, you guys are awesome. Viewers in Twitch are really cool and awesome because they like to share information for helping each other out, and it's a great environment for that. So I'm trying to avoid eye strain, which I do get. I don't get repetitive motion, but I always worry that I will. So if, like me, you've been sitting around on your chair for the last hour and a half, now is a good chance to get up, take a break. I'll be just taking a 3-minute break to stretch, and I'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Please don't leave. I'll be right back. Haha. Why do we have it 3 minutes and 8 seconds? I'm glad you asked that. Mostly it's because this WorkRave app is really, really restrictive. If you tell it you're on a break and it says, okay, you're on a break now, if you try to move the mouse and do something, it's like, you're on a break, dude. Don't be touching your computer. So I need that 8 seconds is more slop, so that it gives me time to tell WorkRave, okay, we're on a break now. And then it lets me make sure that the WorkRave says, okay, you're done with your break, in time for me to actually go switch the scene back to off break. So yeah, it's just because I don't have a nice integration between OBS and the WorkRave yet. But one day we shall have exactly 3-minute breaks, synchronized completely with OBS. All right, hey there, Radon90. How are you doing today? Okay, I'm going to continue working on this tool. Again, we're porting from Rust. Where is it? Right here. So this is what we do after we've fetched items from the game, and it depends on what subcommand we did. And I'm not going to do fix because I'm pretty sure that's obsolete. I just want to add lost. So, right, so there's count and then there's find, but we need to add lost. So from the top, I need a begin, don't I? So begin, find lost, I guess? Yeah. Let me make begin find into begin find find by name. That way I can make this find... Actually, can I just reuse that? That's small enough. Begin find lost. Begin find lost. All right, and then it's gonna also start by fetching, and so we need to plug that in. So where do I plug things in? It's right down here. It's lost. And then the description for the command should have been somewhere down here. Here, place orphaned items into global container. All right, and then that's going to begin find lost. Actually, maybe not find lost. It should be begin adopt lost, or adopt orphans. There we go. That's a more positive spin. Rust is treating me pretty well today, Radon90. I'm successfully avoiding getting too frustrated, but still dipping a little bit into the closures and the trait object boxing and that kind of thing. But then when I run into a problem, I just step a little bit back, say, okay, Rust, I'm not ready for that yet, and go back to using, immutable objects. Immutable objects are like the nice, safe playground that we can all agree it's easier to do. Static dispatch, much easier than dynamic dispatch. I am dipping a little bit into dangerous territory with this commands list because that is a B-tree map, but mostly that's for my own desire for convenience, where I can have the name of the command, its description, and then what function triggers the process all in one place. And that's what I had in Python. So it kind of maps what I had before to what I have now in Rust. Understanding that I could make this a little bit better probably by having a dynamic dispatch, which means not to have this B tree at all, but where we actually use that self.commands just to have a match instead. So right now I don't have a match by the command. Actually, I do there. That's actually one static dispatch I have. This one right here is the dynamic dispatch. So when the tool is told to do its work, it's going to take the command and look it up in the commands tree and get the handler out of it and then call it on itself. Call the handler on the tool. So, and I can unwrap here. Unwrap normally will panic or, break, crash the program if we couldn't find the command in the table. But I can unwrap here because we did a check early on down here if where is it? I'm trying to find it. right here, if the tool commands does not contain the key, then we print an error message and exit. So if we get past here and we run the tool, we'll and we get into the run, which comes back into the work eventually, we'll know that this will always find it. It's just we need to tell a compiler that, yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be there. Don't worry, it'll be there. All right. By the way, I'm answering questions no one's asking because I figure lurkers might have questions. They're like, what the heck does unwrap mean? For example, what does ePrintLine mean? That's printing a line to the standard error stream that the E stands for, and that just marks it as a macro, which means the syntax is more flexible. You can do things like variable number of arguments, etc. It's just a Rust version of that. I'm answering these questions that I figure lurkers might have. If you guys get too annoyed, you can always tell me, Raimo, just keep working. What is a program? Oh, come on. What is a computer? Actually, I like the way Rust makes it very easy to make programs. You see, they even have these buttons that the extension to VS Code includes. If you use the Rust Analyzer plugin for VS Code, it will automatically add these buttons, which are really neat and convenient. And if it's a test, there's actually buttons to run tests and stuff. But main programs in Rust are really easy. It's just function main, and then you do your thing. And the only other thing you have to worry about is it has to be either main.rs or in your metadata for your package, you have to say that it's a binary. All right, continuing on. I put the command in the table, and it begins by fetching. So when it's done fetching, it's going to panic because it won't know what to do. Let's verify that that's what it does. If I tell it to find lost items, it's going to panic. But otherwise, it's going to build correctly. So if I do lost, it's going to panic saying, unexpectedly asked to handle fetched items. Macros are wild. What was really the most wild thing about macros is, like, here's one. It's that this isn't really a function call at all. This is basically take all the junk that's between the parentheses as an abstract syntax tree. It's like not even compiled yet. And just give it to this macro. And that macro says, okay, given this abstract syntax tree, let me generate some syntax that the Rust compiler then gets and says, okay, oh, you really wanted to do this mess of things. It's like what you would expect a macro to do. And it's what the C preprocessor kind of does in C and C++. Although not really the same way. It's replacing the contents here with an instantiation of more code. In Rust, it's actually built into the language using their abstract syntax tree syntax. There's like a syntax for describing syntax. In C and C++, you'd use a preprocessor which knows nothing about the language at all and is really just replacing text with text. And then you give it to the compiler and hope that it's correct. Yeah, I actually kind of like that in Rust they've built in the concept of macros. We don't have pound define anymore. It is part of the syntax. What's the original name of app behind GitHub's projects you forgot somehow? I don't know GitHub projects. Anybody happen to know what the original name of the app behind GitHub projects is? Because I don't remember. I don't know. VS Code is a way to expand them to see what they do. It's interesting to see what... Oh, really? How do we see that? I don't see how. Maybe there's an extension I need for VS Code to do that. What if I control-click it? Yeah, here now we see the scary underbelly of Rust macros. This is the what I was just describing a minute ago. The syntax for describing syntax. You've looked at procedural macros yet? No? They're even wilder? Okay. No, I'm too scared. How about we add that to the list after I master closures and lifetimes, then we'll do macros. Because right now, this scares the bejesus out of me. I have no idea what this means. No friggin' clue. I can kind of guess that this is an expression and this is an argument, but I don't know what the TT stands for, or the plus probably means one or more. So this is a pattern. This looks like a pattern to me, right? It uses the same kind of tokens that patterns use. But other than that, I can't really grok it. TT is token tree. There you go. So the elephant seal knows, but Raimu doesn't. Yeah, I'm still scared of this. I'm just gonna say thank you, Panic. You do the job that we need you to do. I don't need you to. I don't need to understand how. All right. I'm gonna add Lost here, right? What is Lost gonna do to select items? It needs to select items that have no holder. So I think I also did that. Oh wait, no. It has to do something different on the initial fetch. Shoot. I remember this. This is where I had to use that state stuff. Yes. Procedural macros get the stream of tokens from their arguments. Yeah, it sounds right. I know from a top-level vague abstract way what it does, but specifics, no. I don't know the specifics. Macro rules. So I read that and I think it's someone saying, macros, rule! All right, anyway, enough fun. Time to work. I need to find where in the Python I did... Right here. Here we go. Not in world. I want to have the same thing. Not in world. And then... do I want to strike the word item? Or do I want to just put item here? I think I'm going to strike the word item from this. Has matching name, because it's implied by items. Okay, and then we just need to have a placeholder for this. Oh, this is out of place. That doesn't go there. SQRS. I remembered my alphabet. Okay, then I need not in world. LMNO. Not, so it would go here, right? Not in world. So we'll just leave it to do. Another cool macro. If I ever get to here when running, it'll say you haven't implemented it yet. All right, and then, so the macros we use, I learned println first, and then ePrintline after panic. So the ones I use are the ones I learned. Println, panic, ePrintline, and to do. Really useful. Also, there's dbg for printing out debug information about a variable. Okay. So lost needs to be told how do you process the items. Items, and then what did the Python do? It did find orphans after... Okay, so it's find orphans. I want to rename this one find... Find by name after fetch. There we go. Panic! Matches! Assert equal! Oh, that's right. We know assert equal from doing tests, too. Okay, let me take this and just copy it, and I've already forgotten the name. It is find orphans after fetch. So, find orphans after fetch is also to do. Unimplemented. I didn't know about that. That means like you never expected it to be called. Vec. Oh, that's right. We know Vec. Yep, I forgot about Vec. There's no try. You can't... Is there a try? Seriously? Because there's no exceptions in Rust. Are you kidding me? There's a try? There was, but there isn't anymore? Yeah, it looks like they removed it. Oh, the question mark operator replaced it. Ah. Does question mark have an entry here? Oops. C standard try. I see. It'll probably say, hey, we used to have a try macro, do you know? Yep. I mentioned it here. Did they say at some point they removed it? Ah. It was added to replace it. It should be used instead. Try as a reserved word, so if you must use it, use raw identifier. This is actually where I learned raw identifier syntax, by the way, which is really cool. If you wanted to have a variable called let, you'd do rlet equals let. Now you have more lets in your let, so you can let. And that was an awful joke. Just forget I said that. Oof. Okay, find orphans after fetch. Oh, right. The begin adopt orphans, that's incorrect. don't want to do that because in reality, before we can fetch, we need to get the global container that we're going to put it in. So where was that? I don't remember. Here it is. This code. I want that there. Whoops. I want that there. So that's the Python code. This is if we were to do a fetch. So I think it's going to have the same shape as that. Only we want this additional print. So we're going to start by printing that. And then we're going to send a message to the server requesting the global container. Which is, right, global instead of item. That's the only difference there. And then we should continue. That is correct. The state is not fetch items though, right? The state is fetch global, which we don't have yet. We need to add that. So we need to add that to state. Fetch global. Which means we probably aren't... I'm probably not even using the state correctly. Because I don't even think I'm using that anywhere. Oh, I'm using it there. Right. Okay, cool. This is perfect. Because now we're going to add... What do we do when we get the global, right? We're going to self on fetch global entities. And then that is going to have the same shape as on fetch items. Only it's on fetch globals. Fetch global. I'm on a roll here. It's also that crate that adds the Python macro? No kidding. So you could put Python in your Rust? Your let joke reminded you of empowering everyone to build reliable and efficient software through weird expressions? What? I'll have to look at that later. I'll let my viewers I'll let you guys right now enjoy that, but I'll look at it later. It's also a crate that has Python macro. That's wild. So you can I know that there is a HTML macro because that's what Chris Griffin uses on his stream. If you want to see someone using Rust with WebAssembly to make web apps, CM Griffin is the one, and I see that in his code all the time. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. Using a macro to embed one kind of markup language inside of Rust is pretty awesome. The only other place that we saw that kind of thing was in the JSON, right? So in, I don't have an example of it anymore. Do I? There was a JSON macro. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, this kind of thing. This is not Rust syntax, right? And yet how are we able to get away with doing a JSON inside of Rust is through the JSON macro. Inline Python. That's pretty cool. Maybe I should be using that. Can I inline my game inside of Rust? That'd be the ultimate. Too bad. For HTML templating, you use horror show crate. Horror show? That sounds scary. Really relate to the name when doing HTML. Oh, I see. Yeah. Should name your crate like the Dark Beyond. My crate's named the Dark Beyond. You don't really want to look inside. Inline Python I think it's not really a production thing. It's more of a toy. Yeah. There's a lot of crazy things you can do with macros, that's for sure. The tokens must also be REST tokens. I think there's the same problem with JSON, right? I have to, I'm limited to what, I can't like use the word self here, right? Because it would be interpreted as a keyword. And it would just do the wrong thing. Or I can't use the word like FN, because that won't parse either. But yeah. Makes sense. What was I getting to? Oh, back up, back down. No, I'm in the wrong file completely. Right here, on fetch global, we are porting what we have in for fetch global. This on fetch global. So this thing, I need to port. Ooh, this is a monster. Okay, you ready for some serious Python porting? So that's what we're about to do. I don't think I need to do that because we've already fetched that. Right. We don't need to do that line. I'm not going to delete the line. Well, maybe I will delete the line. We don't need that line. You're ready. Okay. So I'm kind of cheating and looking how we did it down here. All right. So we already have it as a length. So we could say, oh, we need to actually set the stop flag. Oh, so we're going to need to return a result about a tool. Was it? I forgot the name of the enum I defined. It wasn't even in here. It's in the library. Tool should continue. Yes, that one. Ooh, I didn't mean to hit that button or that other button. Go back to where, there we go. Actually, do we even need a result? None of these fail. They do fail because we do send. How did I get away with not returning something before? Because we never sent anything, that's why. Yes. Okay, so we're going to have to change this to return a result. And string error. And then that is within my clumsily named crate. That. Okay, and then why is it giving me an error? Probably because I'm not returning that. How about if I end it in to do so that it doesn't complain? That's a nifty little trick, don't you think? It's like, don't imply that because, hey, we're not done yet. All right, so if entity's length is, actually, there's an easier way, right? Is empty. If it's empty, then print ln no globals found, and the result is going to be well, I guess we just do an early return. Okay, tool tools should continue no. There we go. That's this part. And then do I really need to get a variable there? Really? Did I do that for a reason? Global entity? Oh, we need it later. Okay, so we need that information later. So I do need to mutate self for that. Okay, so self dot global entity. Do we need both the global entity and the global container? I think you can, but you can't use unbalanced parentheses. Okay. So you can, there's some limitations to what you can use in the syntax tree. I guess that makes sense. To do is actually panic, yeah. But don't tell anybody. Shh. It's really panic. Look at that. It panics. This will always panic. All right. I want to see, do I need to hold on to global container also? Or are we just using this locally? Yeah, okay, we're using it in other contexts too, so I don't need to store both. So that is, was it a number always? This doesn't seem right. No, it's an object, and we get its entity and its container. Okay, yeah, so then I can do this with first, right? And I want to actually... Yeah, so let's do let global entity info equal entities first. And that, I can unwrap. Is it going to complain? I already did an empty check. Is it going to complain about that? Well, no, it'll panic if, yeah, it will never actually panic, but that just gives me the correct type, right? It's a value, right? And then it better be an object too. So I'm just going to do as object unwrap also. And now we've unwrapped it twice. It's like a present that we got twice. Have you tried playing a musical instrument? I tried playing the guitar, but I didn't have the patience to build up calluses. And hello, Anakim Luke. Actually, no, you've been here. But hello again. I stopped doing the wave today because there's too many people. Okay, given that's an object, I want its entity, so there would be global entity info index. Well, no, get. No, I can do index because then I can do index and then as integer. So entity as uint64 unwrap. Self global container is global entity info. Oh no, I have a method for this. Self.get component. Components would be global entity info. I think. No, global entity info components. Component type is container. Let me see if I did that right. Components. Oh, I have to do array unwrap. Okay, I need to do that part. All right. Might as well just copy that line, right? Yep. So let global components be global entity info components as array unwrap, and then give me the container part of that. And that is an option, so that had better have one. Oh, wait, we have a check here. So I need to do a dot or else unwrap presence. That's right, we're unwrapping their presence. What am I, about halfway through the porting here? Is or else the one I want? I guess I could structure it the same way using a match. Yeah, sure. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I guess so. Match. And then, don't I want to reach into that? Hold on. Oh, right. No, that's it. So I want some container self doc global container equals container. Does this check to make sure? I guess we can just unwrap it. And then none should do this one. Print, well, print line, I guess. Well, yeah, print line. I was reserving print line for like unexpected errors. This is like a possible expected error. Globals is entity whatever, but it is not a container. So that is self.global entity, which I still haven't declared yet. That's okay. And then I need to return okay. It should not continue anymore. And then we're done. Go to the end. Okay. Then we're getting the slots and fetching. What are we doing with slots here? Oh, just to print out the number of slots it has. And then doing the fetch of all items. So yeah, we're gonna end with where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It was begin fetch, right? Yeah, self begin fetch. That's actually how we're going to end it. Whoops. We're going to end in self begin fetch at the very end. I need a WebSocket for that. And I wasn't given one to begin with. Well, bummer. I need some extra arguments here, don't I? Yes, so we're going to... But I only need it for this one. So I need that WebSocket for fetch global. Here. Why is it not like this? Oh, because this one doesn't return a result yet. And this one doesn't either. Yeah, I need to percolate this back up, don't I? So then on entities in where it's used. Yeah, so it doesn't need to do this, okay. It can, no, actually it does. I need to do a match. Yeah, match that, because if it's an okay, then, it's going to be, tool should continue. And then we wrap it with handled. Tool should continue. Otherwise, it's going to be a error. And I just want to pass it along. So maybe I don't want to do a match here. I want to do that and then map, don't I? This is where I'm getting a little clumsy. I wanna map the okay to something else. So yeah, I think I want to do a map. Map tools should continue to, I think I just do it with this handled, right? Oops, I messed that up. It's just that. Just try to make this a little bit more readable. That's all I need to do, right? Get rid of these parentheses, and we're fine? Not fine. Okay, I messed up somehow. Because I really am changing a tool should continue. This is a result tool should continue into whether it's handled or not. So a message handling status handled. Oh, there's no okay here. That's what's wrong. Oh, I don't even need that. I just do that, don't I? Yes, yes. There we go. That's how we do it. We can use the enum type because it takes a tool should continue, and that's what we get back from on entities, is a tool should continue. So we're just mapping it to, basically, we handled it. If it was successful, we handled it. Otherwise, we percolate the error back out of handle message. Magic, yeah. It's all coming together. I just need to fix this one, because that one, I think we that one should just always return handled, right? Or it should just return yes. I think. For now, I guess so. So, go to here, add it there, and then just at the very end here, just say it's handled. Or tool should continue yes. Is that how you do it? That's not how you do it, right? I have to do okay. There we go. I did it. Now it's up. I need to actually declare these. That is a uint64 in our state. Put it in the right place there. And then I need to initialize it to something, don't I? It's going to complain if I don't. Let's just make it 0 to begin with. Recently started writing it. It's so much fun. Yeah, it's fun if you don't get frustrated. I've been avoiding a few things that were frustrations for me. I call them my weak points in Rust. So I don't know if Iris, if you have the same experience, but I don't know how to use lifetimes and I don't know when to use them. I don't know how to properly declare and use closures. When I try, I get into borrow checker problems. And I also end up having multi-borrows, especially when using closures. So I'm avoiding these for now until I get a better grip of them. And then knowing how to do these helper functions, the monads, also known as monads, I guess. They are... Wow, how did I end up there? I want to cheat my cheat sheet. these functions, and, or, map, unwrap, unwrap, or, map, or, okay, or else. Just getting used to that is has been stumbling blocks for me. You haven't learned to use lifetimes correctly yet. I don't think even some seasoned Rust developers don't know how to use it a lot. I've been just avoiding needing to use them. All those functions you started using though, yeah, they're really cool. Like a really cool example of that would be like here. We're given a JSON value, and it's like, okay, well, there's actually another level here. Given a JSON value, we say, or no, given, how do I do this? This is a slice of an array of JSON values, right? So first, we're going to iterate that array to find which component, and here's where we start to use those monads, which are cool. So given a component, is it an object? If so, does it have a type field? If so, is that value a string? If so, does that string match the one we're looking for? If all that's true, then get its component value out of that object. And then with that, see, is that thing also an object? And if so, does it have an n key? And if so, does the value of that, is that a string? And if so, is that string match the name we're looking for? So it's really cool. You can chain these and you can actually read it and make sense of it. And it lets me work with more flexible data that's difficult to use the deserialized stuff for. May have to now? Yeah, it is actually super useful. It's how you chain results and options and results together. So what's tricky for me that I found I stumble over is that some of them work with results and other ones work with options, and some of them turn options into results, and some of them return results into options, and some of them use closures and some of them don't. And so that's why I have this cheat sheet I keep looking at. You're out, C17R? Have a good weekend, program. Greetings and goodbye, program. All right, I don't know how much longer I'll go because I try not to go more than 5 hours, since we're at 4.5 hours now. Let me see if I can finish. If I can finish the items tool, I'll be really happy. I was hoping I'd get all the tools done, but I have a lot of tools. I have the accept and list, the ban list, the deploy script, and the scripts. The script. Yes, thank you, C. 715209. Cheers. I talk too much and I need to hydrate. Okay, so how far are we in here? I need global container. And that needs to be what exactly? It needs to be a JSON value? Wait a minute, is this not right? Why is there an unwrap? Oh, because this returned an option. Okay, so it's going to be a, we're holding on to it and we're borrowing it from somewhere. Where are we borrowing it? Or borrowing it from entities. So we should just make a clone of it, right? I think. Yeah, this would be easiest just to make a clone. So global container, we're just going to have it be a surd JSON value. Actually, can I make it a specific type? How do we use the global container? We'll use it like an object. Hold on. If global container is always just used to look up items, then we're only using the items? Yeah, so what if I just hold on to the items? Why do I need to get the rest of it? Yeah, there's no reason for me to hold anything but the items. Ultimately, what do I need? I'm looking for where are we up? Yeah, right here. I need that to be an array, don't I? So I should store it as a surd, as a vec of surd values is what it should be. And it should not be global container, it should be like global items. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Global items. Whoops. So then global items is container unwrap as this is the wrong name. What is this? Reference to a value. Oh, so it's not unwrap. We already unwrapped it with the sum. Okay, that's what's wrong. It's as as object. Well, we can bypass that by just indexing items and then say that has to be an array. There. And then we want to clone that. And that didn't work. Why? What's mismatch types from vector to option vector? Oh, I need to unwrap that first. And I can accept that it'll panic if it's not really an array. That's fine. We'll let it panic. Although I do... See, the thing is, on the Python, I did some checking, but other things I didn't check. Like, I didn't check here to make sure that that's an array. I know why, because early on I didn't even have a global object at all, and I wanted it to catch that if it had a container or not. Yeah, that's why. No globals found, or it's not a container. So those, yeah, okay, never mind. I'm just talking to myself. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I do need a return and a semicolon there because that is early. Actually, wouldn't it be simpler just to do the begin fetch here, and then I don't need the return? Yeah. Yeah, why don't I just do that? So I do that, and then I do self begin fetch. And then I don't need to do a return here. It's just, okay, we should not continue. Nice. And now I need to add global items. And that is going to be empty. How do we, it's like vec new, right? Yeah. All right. Actually, you know what I'd really like to do is make that an option, so I wouldn't have to allocate one. I'd really like to do that. Let me do that. Because we haven't fetched it yet, right? So shouldn't we be able to say option? I think we should be able to. And the same thing for global entity. Why not? We don't have it yet at the very beginning. You don't think vec new allocates until you put something into it, but it doesn't actually allocate the field to hold the size. I know it shouldn't it allocate something. But anyway, I want these to be none at the beginning. And then this should be that it is, actually I can just keep it like that, can't I? Yeah, why not, right? And then this should be, sum. Like so. And then this I need to unwrap. There we go. Data pointer size and capacity are stored on the stack, not the heap. Then what does new do then? Oh, new is just filling in the detail. It's not allocating on the heap, right? Yeah, that's where I get kind of hung up, because in C++, new will allocate memory on the heap and then call the constructor. Rust new just calls the constructor. In fact, it's just a convention, right? That is what that does. So I keep forgetting that. Really, I should think of Rust new as C++ placement new. Just a method name, it's not special. Yeah, it's just a convention. So it's like placement new without even any formal requirement to be called new. I could call it foobar if I wanted. All right. One formality I did notice that, what was it? Clippy told me about is to have implement default and have default call my whatever I chose to name my constructor. Or I could just kind of construct it in a place like this or something, right? Whatever needs to be in there. I could have done that. So that is sort of a formalization of construction, at least for the default value of a trait, right? Or of a structure. Default value of a structure. I want to use the correct terms. Okay, it's building now. But I'm going to run into some to-dos, aren't I? Because I didn't fill in the rest. Wrong folder. Yeah, not yet implemented at 181. Right, so we get the items back. So that means we got a global then, right? Oh yeah, we got the global container. We actually didn't. I forgot to print out stuff. I was supposed to print out how many slots it has. I need to do that. So that is in here, right? Print line globals is entity blah with blah slots. So again, I'm not going to figure out the nice f-string equivalent. I'm just going to do that and then fix these things. So the entity number was self global entity, and then the number of slots is self global items length. All right, and then we have to also print out fetching all items. Oh, wait a minute. Is that already printed? No. I thought begin fetch would do that. Guess not. Okay, I guess we're printing it. They can't do the length of a array. Oh, it's an enum. I have to say unwrap. Okay, and then no? Hold on. Too long. We need to put them on different lines. What did I do wrong there? We can't display options. I thought I unwrapped. Oh, I need to unwrap this one. And this one, what's wrong with that? It's behind a mutable reference. Consider borrowing its content. What? Oh, I want to do that, I guess, right? No? Okay. You definitely overuse that? Yeah, but I know these are both numbers. So what am I doing wrong here? It's a vector hiding inside an option, and what unwrap steals it or something? Yeah, I don't want to consume it, and it's telling me I just need to print it out in a little bit easier to read format here. It's telling me what to do, right? Consider borrowing the options content self.global items as ref. Okay. But I still need to unwrap that. Then I get the length, and then we're good. Got it. See, Clippy is really helpful. Actually, I guess that's the compiler, but you get the idea. There we go. Globals is entity 17772 with 100 slots, and then we haven't implemented the next step. You would map it then or else. You mean instead of unwrapping all these times? The reason why I kept them as options is because initially they're empty, but I guess I really don't need to do that. Don't believe map would consume it? Oh, you're saying that instead of borrowing a reference, you would just map? Almost all option combinators do. Oh, I see. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Yeah, right now I'm second guessing my decision to do make these options. Because they're options, I have to constantly unwrap them. I'm wondering if that's a good idea or not. The alternative would be that initially its entity is 0 and global items is an empty vector that we toss aside once we get the real vector. You know, I'm okay. I guess we're okay with unwrap, right? It'll panic at the right moment. Currently cloning a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid unnecessary cloning. I kind of gave up a little bit by using string, though, everywhere. Like, we could probably get away with lifetime slices in a couple of these places, but I just kind of gave up on it for now. All right, it goes to line 181. Right, we need to see if the tool is in the world, and so the Python version of that, not in world, is to see if it has a position component. So the equivalent of that in Rust would be self.get component components component type position is some? No, is none. There we go. I did it, chat. Let's try it out. I don't know why I like that phrase, we did it, chat, or I did it, chat. Not yet implemented on 108. Okay, find orphans after fetch. That's our next task. Find orphans after items fetched. Right, I remember this. We have to search by iterating the items, and I used an iterator pattern in Python to do this. Because, yeah, we have to do the same thing because for every item we have to do a round trip with the server again and say, hey server, who's holding this item? And then the server tells us who's holding it, and if no one's holding it, then it's orphaned. Right, so I think we'll do the same thing. We'll have to hold on to an iterator into our own items. Okay, so print this string. And then we need an iterator. So items iterator is self items iter. I wonder if I can actually get away with that. Because aren't we borrowing the items when I do that? That should be a dot. I don't know if I can get away with this. I might have to do this differently. We'll find out. The dog's going berserk. Sorry about that. Hold on. I might have to do this thing. It's my son's friends seeing if he could go out with them, but my son's actually out doing work. No, the dog doesn't like people coming to the door. That's what the dog doesn't like. Was there background music? That should be shut off. Let me see this again. Yeah, there's no background music. Oh, there used to be background music? Yeah, but that background music got copyright claimed. So I can't use it anymore. Yeah. The actual owners of the Monty Python and the Holy Grail actually copyright claimed my VODs that used that. So I can't use that background music anymore. It's a sad thing. Okay, so this returns an iterator into it. Okay, so I think I might have to do the lifetime trick, right? If I can even get away with it. Let's see if I can. That is, will I need to box it? Or make it an option? I don't even know what the type is. Iter? I don't know what type to put there. Let's go back. What is the type of this? Do I have to say hash map iter and all that stuff? To be or not to be, that is the question. Self borrows are really hard. It's almost impossible. So maybe I can't do this. I want to be able to track where in the items list I am. I guess what I can do is have the iterator consume the items. Or I can make a state that actually I don't know how to do this. I don't know. Let me just at least get the type correct. What's the type of this? I can just say I can replace this for a second with let x equal, and what is x? Iter's U64 value. Oh, that's easy. Iter U64 surd value. That's probably gonna ask me to do that, right? Yeah, that. Almost. Not quite, though. Is it just iter? No. Is it standard collections iter? No, okay. Let me stop guessing and look it up. Iter. Oh, it's standard collections hatch map iter. Okay. Or well, it would be B tree map iter. No? Come on, man. Oh, I don't have to specialize it? Really? No. Found 0. Oh. Yeah, that goes here, right? No. That. Obviously, I don't know how to do this. I should just let Cargo Clippy help me out. Standard collections B tree map as trait iter. Ooh. As trait? Is that what I want? Okay. As trait. Wait, what? I need to have another one? Really? No, I typed in exactly what they told me to type. Standard collections B tree map U64 sort JSON value as trait iter and didn't like that. Okay. Why not? What don't you like about that? Use of undeclared type or module trait. But that's what it told me to use. It told me to say trait. Okay, back up. I don't know what to put there.
I know that it told me it was that. It just, maybe the Clippy will help me figure it out. Not found in this scope. Candidates are these ones. I suppose I want third map iter. And why can't I use that? Oh, it needs a lifetime parameter. I actually kind of expected that. Where now? I need to say it's the same lifetime as the items. So items. And I put that where? Here? Is it here? No. See, I'm weak with lifetimes. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I need that. Yeah, it's just not going to help me out to tell me where to put it, is it? Is it the plus? Sometimes I see it do plus. No, that's not right either. Would it go here? Is it in front there? I can never remember the syntax. Yeah, I was thinking it's going to probably become self-referential. So I'm going to have to rethink how I do this then. So then we're not doing this. Don't want to get too frustrated today. So global items. Where is it? It's up here. Here it is. Oh, it's not even global items. We're iterating items. Unsafe. Yeah, we don't want to be unsafe. So how do I mark my position in this? What I really want to do is to just consume the items, right? And just iterate over them. So how do I'd want to move the items into an iterator. That's what I want to do. But can you do that? I don't know. This is where I have no clue. Rust. Move collection into iterator. Is it into iter? Why is iterating a collection via for loop? Oh, never mind. Okay, we can try into iter. Into iter to see if it's what I'm looking for. So technically it is a part of what trait? Into iter? Is that right? No, it's an associated type. What trait is this implementing? Where are we? Maybe, is it just a convention? It's part of into iterator. Into iterator. Okay. Trait into iterator. Function into iterator. Okay. Okay, so let's try it. So then I would, does that mean self items ought to be an option? Optional collection? Because once I move into it, I can't access it anymore, and how would the code know? So like if I do something like not knowing what this would be yet, let's just comment this out. Let x equal self
items into iterator. What is that then? And can I do that? No, it's going to tell me I'm going to, it's behind a mutable reference and doesn't implement the copy trait. Yeah, we're only borrowing it to do that. So I can't do that unless I make it like an option, right? So before I do that, let me make the let me make this an option. Because I want to then turn it into an iterator to consume it. So then let me modify all the places I need to. So here it's unwrap. It's actually going to just be a whole bunch of unwraps, isn't it? Because I don't bother to check to see if it's been consumed or not, and I'm okay with that. So this can actually be a none then. And this is unwrap, but then I have to, wait a minute, well, I didn't like this one. Wait a minute, what? I can't do that? I can't mutate a hash map inside an option? Yeah, leaving none behind. That's what I'm trying to get to, yeah. But why can't I, oh, is it again an as ref? Is that what I want? And then unwrap? Nope, that's not it. Why can't I unwrap the option here? Can't move out of self items, which is behind a mutable reference. Move occurs because self items has type option, which does not implement copy. Consider borrowing the option's content. Isn't that what we used as ref for? Or do I need to do as mute? And then unwrap? Okay. Now, what's wrong here? Cannot borrow self as immutable because it's also borrowed as mutable. It occurs on this line. Oh. Well, you know what we can do? We can not put it in self items until we're done. Yeah, I think that's the problem here. I need to wait until we get to the end to put it in. So self items equals items. We'll start here with let mute items equal, well, it is of this type that I want. This one. Equals, this new, right? All right, and then I just do items, and I don't even need to do this stuff. I just do items insert. Yeah, there we go. I fixed it. So this is just a different way of thinking about it. Instead of establishing items in self and then inserting it, I just establish the items first and then move it into self. Why is this a problem, though? Oh, because I need to say it's some items. Yeah. All right. That's the Pythonic way of thinking about it. I mean, the Rust way of thinking about it. Okay, cool. Cool. So now it is all embedded in an option, and I should be okay with Clippy. No, I'm not. Oh, yeah, when we borrow it on line 91, I need to do as ref. Unwrap length. So I need an additional as ref. And I can't do this Y. Because of that, maybe? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now we're cool? You cool? We cool, Clippy? We cool. All right. So then, all of that was to get it inside an option so that I could do what now? It was here, right? I need to now move it into an iterator. So I can, whoops, back. I can is it's add is mute? Does that do what I think it's doing? I don't know if that's doing what I think it's doing. I need to actually move it out. And that's using into or something, right? In option. I remember now. See, I'm starting to remember. Option had a method to like, oh no, it was take. Take. Yeah, you could use take. Exactly, Simsy. I could use take. That's what I want. I want to take it out. I want to take it out and then unwrap it, don't I? So I want to take, unwrap, and then turn it into an iterator. Just unwrap or take to take the contents out. Yeah. But I actually want to remove it out because I want the borrow checker to know we're no longer borrowing from self after that point, right? And then I should be allowed to put it back into self items iter if I can get the type correct. But yeah, what is the type of that? Into iter. Okay. And I should make that a sum also, right? Items iter. Option. Into iter. I have a feeling that this is wrong. Really? Oh, wait. It's probably a sir JSON, or, no. That was a hash map. Wait, why is that a hash map again? Why am I mapping... Why do I care about the entity numbers there? Anyway, it's, standard collections hash map iter, right? Or into iter? I can't remember. I've done Emacs. I did Emacs years ago, and I almost crippled my hands by having to reach for all the control keys constantly. And I know enough about Vim to get around, but never really liked it as a primary editor. Assigned to a local variable and check what it's typed. That's what I did, and it didn't really help too much. I'll do that again. Where was it? Into iter. So what I did here is I did let x equal that, and it told me that it was, come on, you can tell me, an option into iter. So it's actually a JSON object. So it's well, it's a JSON, yeah, hash. It's a hash map, really. It's not JSON anymore. Did I try to use ed? I think I've used it a few times as a joke. Ed is the editor. It's the line editor, right? So yeah, it's abbreviating it a little bit there. What if I click there? What does it lead me to? Now we're inside of standard collections hash map into iter. So it's standard collections hash map into iter. I think that's it though. That's the one we want. Standard collections hash map into iter U64 surd value with a comma at the end. Is that not public? Ooh, it's private. So do I have to say hash map? Nope. Wrong number of type arguments expected, at least 2, found 0. And it doesn't have to do with there needing to be spaces here, right? What's it telling me here?
Yeah, I'd like to know. Oh, that worked. How did you know that? Oh, because that's how they export it. Interesting. Am I supposed to know that? Like if I look this up in the documentation into iter, would there be oh yeah, there it is. So it's in the documentation, so that is the type. Thank you. Thank you, Simsy. Yeah. I just don't know these things yet. These are like things that like become second nature, I'm sure, after you worked with Rust long enough. Okay, so then I can then use that in place of here. And it should be happy with that, and it will basically transfer the hash map into an iterator and basically move it over, which is what I want. All right, and then we're going to print searching. I already did print that. Oh, right. Yeah, that's the original code. So the state is really no autocomplete. State lookup item holder, and then oh right, then I need to delegate to another function. So I don't have that function yet. That's here where we advance the iterator. Okay, so let's do the same thing then, right? Self dot fetch next item holder. Apparently I need the WebSocket, so I didn't get that from before, so I need to add it. Where's my WebSocket? There it is. Go to the end, capture, go back, put it there. And then it's no longer to do, is it? So if we're doing that, it might return a problem, so I'm going to need to have it return a result again. Oh, and this needs to have items iter none to be happy. No async await and rest. I think there is, but I haven't looked into it yet. Look at the type into iter equals into iter line. It has a link to the concrete type on the right hand side of the equal. Okay. That was here, right? Core iter traits collect into iter, self into iter. Am I looking at the wrong one? Or do I need to click into that? Oh, and you're linked to the... Okay, I see. So if I went into the documentation for hash map, is that where you ended up? Into iterator? If I spelled it correctly. Okay, it's not... It's interesting, it didn't... I have to go to hash map and then implementation of hash map in terms of into iter. Right here. And then from here... This one, right? Which brings me to here. Got it. Nice. Yeah, I'm not used to navigating through the help documentation. I'm only 2 weeks old, Rustation. Yeah, thank you again, Silmeth. All right, I need this to return a result. But you look at into iter and hash map, there's also one for mute and for hash map. Oh, right, there are 3 different ones. Yeah, I want the one from the owned. Isn't that the one I grabbed? Didn't I grab the one for owned? Where was I? Here. I want it to be owned, which is this one. Yes. Yeah, it goes to the same place, right? I think so. Although, yeah. Oh, the difference is the lifetime, it looks like. And whether or not the item, yeah, the associated type of the item is different. Yeah, I got it. I'm very weak, though. There are 3 different iterator types. Yeah, it makes sense. This is what we want, right? I think. I think that's the one I want. Find out where I'm supposed to be. Here. Oh, because this isn't defined. Let's just add this now. Okay, and this is a problem. Why? Because of to do? Oh, this doesn't exist. That would make sense. Okay, and then that's one of these. Returning a result. And actually it doesn't need that, does it? Ultimately, this is tool should continue, right? Okay, so yeah, the type should be tool should continue. Yes. Okay, and then actually that should be. I don't even need that. We never stop early, do we? Well, let's leave it for now. Okay, fetch next item holder. I don't have that yet. Can I just do a to do for now? To make sure everything else works right? Because I have to resolve some errors down here. Because these have to, I need to catch something here, right? I need to, these don't return anything, but this one does. So I should probably just do a match on that one. Or turn it into a question mark. But then its result is whether it should continue or not. So I should say, I should do a match there. Yeah. Okay, so let's do a match. Actually, can I just do a match on that? Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. Hold on. Hold on. This is static dispatch. They all have to be the same. You have no idea what's happening anymore? Sorry, 715209. This is taking the command that we told the tool to run, making sure that it is a slice so that we can match it against these other slices. So if the command is count, we're going to look up this function, look up this function, and then when we get that function, we are going to call it with on self. So the problem here is that these first 2 functions don't return anything, but this third one does. So I think what I have to do is I have to have them all return that. That it has to all be uniform. So all 3 of these functions have to return this, and we can just do for these. It's just okay. Tools should continue. Yes. Right? And then going back, this one too has to say the same thing. So this line here has to go there. Actually, these should just be no, right? I think these should be no. We're done. We're done once we reach that point. And this is also a no. Yeah, why does this say a yes? Who's calling on fetch items? On entities, and... Wait a minute, when did we ever return no, then? Was that broken all along?
Oh, I guess it's been broken. Hey there, TS Just. Where did it used to return no? Was it, it was on entities, wasn't it? Yeah. Which I pushed into here. Yeah, I think it, yeah. So it really, we really won't want this to do it for us now. There we go. I did it. And why is this different? Oh, because it takes a WebSocket. So they all need to take a WebSocket now. If one does, the rest do. So let's copy that line here, but we don't actually have to use it. We can just mark it as unused. Ah. And then down to this one, same thing. And then we have to actually pass the WebSocket. So that's what WS, right? Which we don't have, so we need to get that one too. This way. So on fetch items needs a WebSocket too. Nice. All right. Now, why was the reason why I did a function lookup and then a call? Was there a reason why I did that? Rather than just calling it? I think the reason up here was because I was borrowing self. I think that's the reason. I have to do it this way because I'm borrowing the self command. And then we know that the type of that is just a function, so it... Well, actually, how does it not complain about that? Is it because this is immutable? Maybe. I do know C++. I've used C++ for about 25 years or so. And I don't usually code in Rust. I'm only 2 weeks old, Rustation. But hello, Xmander04. How are you today? Do you know Kung Fu? Not yet. But let me get plugged into the matrix really quick and I'll know it. Maybe update the languages commands. But I don't know Rust enough yet to say that I usually code in that language, though. I could update the command, say I usually code in these languages and recently I'm learning Rust. Do it that way. So go to the game, go to the commands, find languages, and edit it. Usually code in these languages, C++. That should be a comma. He's also... Why do I have server for Python JavaScript client? I don't know what I meant by that. Python and JavaScript. He's also learning Rust. Update, because Rust is its own command. Python, yeah, so that's what I ended up doing, Nui. Matrix runs on Windows XP. I actually used to have the a Matrix screensaver when I had Windows XP. All right. You're back after like 2 hours? Welcome back, Papadas. We're still doing the Rust stuff. I'm actually probably going to end soon because it's past 5 hours and it's a Friday. I need to eat. But I wanted to complete this tool, which is we need to find and rescue the orphan items in the game if we run this command here. So this goes through and calls fetch, and that's as far as we're going to get. I want to make sure that I fix all my Clippy warnings before I move on. There's another Clippy warning around here somewhere, right? I can't see it. Oh, maybe not. Let's run Clippy and make sure. Okay, cool. So cargo build release. What was that noise? Is someone fighting in my game? Yep. Gliss is fighting in the game. I should probably leave this zone because otherwise we're going to hear that noise. Let's go to the starter town. Okay, built, and now we're going to find lost items. Panicked because it's not yet implemented on 102. So that means we got an item back, right? Yeah. So we need to fetch the next item holder. All right, let's do it. So, copying from Python again. Next item holder. Here it is. It's a little bit intense, but we can do it, right? Getting more adept at porting Python to Rust every moment. Okay, so I think I just called self next on this, right? Isn't, oh, unwrap next, right? And I need to do as mute. Unwrap next. So let key value equal that. What is key value now? It is an optional uint64 value, right? Because it's none. So let's do the same pattern. If, well, the same pattern in Rust would be doing a match, right? Match that. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. So this would be none. A bunch of stuff. Otherwise, we're going to want to know the... how does that work? Oh, it's going to be some key value, right? Is that not right? Does this go in like that? Yes, I did it. The key is the uint, so that's entity. And the other one is, I guess we don't use it. We don't actually use the value. What are we doing with that entity? Oh, we're recording that as the current item, and then we're getting its holder. Why do I need the item? Where is that leading me to? Oh, we're probably going to print it out. So I'm probably going to want to store a copy of the item. Or move... Can I move it out? It's mutable, so I can just move it out, right? And then... yeah. Alright. We'll figure out how we're going to do that later. Right now, I want this part here. And I also want to handle the none case. The none case is we're going to print the number of orphaned items, which we have, we're going to accumulate. And then, right, we'll also be accumulating updates to the global container, and we're basically going to write it back to the game when we get to that point. So I need a few more variables. So print ln number of orphaned items. Right? And then that's going to just be, that is just going to be a counter. Right here, right? U size. And then need to initialize it to 0. All right, and then right, if so, we have a flag to know if we modified it. If self global container updated, then don't think I need to do that, do I? Yeah, that is unnecessary, but we do need to send a message, and that's the contents of the message. And then it was that common send message. The WebSocket is first, which we have right there. And the whoops, page down. Page up, page down. I'm hitting by accident instead of end. The message is going to be JSON something, right? Let me find out where I've done this before. Oh, it's this. I I keep hitting the wrong key. I'm hitting F1 instead of escape. All right. That bracketed with that, and this is the contents. So uncomment and tab over, fill that in to fit. This is extra, right? Yeah. Okay, then to make this work, is that how? That's how. Okay, so it's this that's different, right? Self dot underscore global entity, and what's items? Oh, the global items. I had that right. Global items. And we can move it in here, right? So I can take it's self.global items dot take dot unwrap. And I still have something wrong, probably because of this thing that's missing. Bool, which is initialized to false. What else is wrong? Oh, who knows what's wrong? It could be many things. What if I comment this part out? Is it happy with that? I'm commenting out might actually not work completely. What if I just delete it all? Nope, it's offended by some other syntax thing. What if I completely comment that part out? Yeah, it doesn't like this for some reason. Oh, the type of that's wrong. Yeah, I have to map that, don't I? Not using bracket pair colorize 2, you find it pretty useful. I don't know what bracket pair colorize 2 is. Is that an extension to VS Code? I'll certainly look into it. I'll give you a point for suggesting it. Is it just complaining about the result type? Why is it expecting unit for that? Shouldn't it expect, oh, because this is because of the to-do. Let's wipe out the to-do. It should expect that kind of result, shouldn't it? Yes. Why is it finding the unit type? Oh, does send message not return the right thing? Oh, because there's no else. So what do we do on an else? Well, either way, we're going to stop. So, I think that's the answer, is we have to... yeah, that's right. At this, for none, we have to return okay, and then it should stop. So tool should continue no. For this other arm, it's a yes. For now. It's not good enough. Probably because I'm not handling this one, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, it's not expecting it, so I need to, like, handle that, right? That should be, still struggling with this. It would be, an or else, right? Or is it an okay or else? Or else? No, I don't think it's or else. Maybe it is or else. Would it... It wouldn't be okay. I can't remember how this is done. Something tells me it should be or else. Oh, I need to take a break. Hold on, let's snooze that. Or should it be unwrap or else? Yeah, because then it would be... Right, then I need to have what to do with the error. So what would I do with the error? I would return... Well, hold on. Can I just do a question mark then? I like debate for 10 minutes what I'm supposed to do, and really it's type a question mark and semicolon, because we're not actually... Technically, there's a unit, and then we're done with it. All right. Okay, we're not using the entity yet, but we will. Okay, where's the send? Okay, it's actually the same thing. I need to send another message down here. Right. So we're sending the message get holding entity. Holding entity is entity. That entity. Get rid of that. And then again, question mark. And then... So here I could do and, right? Rather than a question mark? I don't know, which one's better? I don't know. It's about the same thing, right? And then I think I've incorporated all that information, so I'm gonna just delete this because it's big and in the way. I did the continue no, right? Yep. Okay. Okay. Okay, so filling this in works. Nice. Cool. Okay, so then I actually don't want to run this script in production because I don't want it to destroy the global entity. Actually, it's not control clicking. I think there's something wrong with the language server. Clippy, please. No, there's nothing wrong. How come I can't control click? Oh, because it's inside of a macro? Oh, okay. So if I'm outside the macro, I can control click stuff, right? Yeah, but not inside. So the language server doesn't want to touch inside of a macro. I can understand that. So this global items is going to be empty right now. Maybe for now, I don't want to do it today because it's too much work. Basically, I have to rebuild the global items and add to it. What if we just never set that to true? Then we're safe, right? We're just going to print out the number of orphaned items. I think that's what I'll do for today. Macros are... Yeah, exactly. The parser's like, oh, macro. Oh, language server. Scared. Okay, so if this basically says if we reach the end of the list of items, then we print out how many were actually orphaned. And if we had to update the global container, we go and do it. Which we'll do later. I won't do it today, but do it later. If there is another entity, then we're going to look up who its holder is. And basically, when we get back the entity, then we'll know whether or not it's an orphan. And we would count it as an orphan if it is. Smack in the box. Hey there, Smack in the box. Thank you for the 3-month resub. Hope you're enjoying me struggle with Rust programming. Doing porting of a tool that was in Python here that looks like this. This is what it looks like in Python. Here's what it looks like in Rust. Structure is somewhat similar, although there's a lot more syntax in Rust than there is in Python. Better me than you? Yeah. Someone's got to deal with it. I am setting this current item. Do I need that? Where does get holding entity, where does that go? In the game? Oh, I wiped out I forgot to restore that. Oh, shoot. So I need to add a whole bunch of excludes here. Yeah, I need to exclude build. Actually, all build folders. That's good enough for now. Get holding entity. Where does that go to here? The response is entities. Okay. Oh, I know what. I know what I have a state thing and we already changed it, so we're fine then. Yeah, before we called fetch, we called state equals lookup item holder. That is what I need to add to. I'm actually curious why we didn't get an error from Clippy about that, because I added a state but I didn't have any handling for it. That would be in where on entities. Oh, because there's a catch-all panic. In fact, we'll, if I run it now, we'll get that panic, I bet. Yeah, let's verify. Trust but verify, as I say to my kids when I look at their text messages. Yeah, unexpectedly received game entities. Exactly. So we need to add the new state or lookup item holder. State. You ever use that with your kids? Trust but verify? Self. And now I need to look at what was this in Python. Entities. I think it was this. Yes. So that is going to be what, so we're going to call on lookup item holder. On lookup item holder. Entities WebSocket. Does it need a WebSocket? It does because it does a fetch. Okay, so I need that function to exist. I'm done with this, right? I think I am. Just forgot to delete it. All right, new function. On lookup item holder. It needs to have a similar signature to one of these guys, so I'm just going to copy that part of it. Thank you very much, and paste it. And do that to quiet the compiler, and then pull in the Python code. And when I finish this, I'll probably call it for a day. This should actually tell me which items are, or how many orphans we have, and then I can actually test it by creating an orphan on purpose in the game. Will you make this async in Rust too? Or, well, it only needed to be async in Python because of how the WebSocket stuff worked. So that was in this common. I use the WebSockets library in Python, which you get if you do import WebSockets. And the only way I could figure out how to get that to work was to do an async with connect. And at that point, it's asynchronous. So you have to do await if you send. You have to do async for if you want to receive. So I actually don't need it to be asynchronous because it is very synchronous. It sends a message to the server and then basically waits for the server to tell it the next thing. So it's back and forth, very synchronous. So I'm back to what I want it to be, which is synchronous. What's an orphan item in the game? I can make one right now to show you. An orphan item in the game would be an item that is neither held by a player nor is in the world. So if I find an item in the game, let me just make an item in the game. So I'll pick this box. I don't need to look at this player anymore. So this box has a healing potion in it, right? So I'm going to make a clone of that by alt-clicking in the world. So now there's this healing potion that's in the world, right? And if I go to that item, see it has an item, a position, and a tile. If I now delete the... Let's remember what the number is. I'm going to write it down. Because if we lose track of it, this is what the orphan script is supposed to fix, right? 79255. If I delete its position, it looks like the item vanished, but the item still exists. It's just an orphan because it's no longer either in the world or being held by a player. So if I were to run the original script, which is items lost, it's going to discover that the item is not held by anything and it's not in the world, and it's going to adopt it into the global lost and found container. So this is what the Rust equivalent of the tool is supposed to do. This is going to take a while because it has to go through all 424 items and see, hey, are you being held? Are you being held? I don't have a shortcut. So there. It found that that potion wasn't being held by anything, and it found a free slot in the global lost and found, and it put it there. So now if I go to the globals, there's my lost healing potion. So it was an orphan because nothing was referring to it, but it still existed. Well, I don't think I can speed it up with multi-thread because it requires round trips with the server. The way I would speed it up is if I move that loop into the server completely. So right now what happens is you download all the items, and then it has to say to the server, hey, who's holding item A? Who's holding item B? Who's holding item C? Who's holding item D? There's no command to tell the server, here's a whole bunch of items. Tell me who's holding all of them. Now, if I made multi-threaded, that would mean every thread would have to have a separate WebSocket to the server, right? So that would just end up overloading the server with unnecessary connections. So what I would probably want to do is just move the whole loop into the server. There should just be a command to the server saying, give me all the items and tell me who's holding them. I could have multiple connections, but can you imagine the tool opening up 424 simultaneous connections just to look for orphans? Because right now, that's what it would do, because there are 465 items. We don't want to open up 465 WebSocket connections to the server. Rather just open up one and have the loop be in the server. Or the compromise is open one connection and then just do 466 requests until I move that into the server. I haven't moved that thing into the server because usually we don't have orphan items, so I only rarely need to run it, and I don't mind if it takes 20 seconds to run, right? That's okay. 20 seconds, no big deal. I'm not going to run it very often. How can items be orphaned? Because of bugs. In the past, we'd have, like one possible bug is there is a script to despawn an item in the world. It's called item despawn. And this one at some point had a bug in it where it didn't actually destroy the entity. It would destroy the item but leave its tile around or something like that. Or destroy its position but not destroy the item itself. Also, there could be a bug in the drop item command for a player where it just kind of disappears. So yeah, I had to actually manually make the orphan to get that to happen at all, because I think I've plugged all the bugs I know about that cause item orphaning. The problem with orphaned items is that there would be no way for me to know that they're orphaned unless we went through every single item in the game and made sure that there's a reference to it. It's like a leaked reference, really. So, I just assume that there's probably going to be bugs, and at some point we'll have orphaned items, and this is sort of like the lost and found procedure. I run this every once in a while, and I see, oh, did we catch any items that somehow fell through the cracks? And we place them back into the lost and found in the global container, and then I decide what to do with them. And like, yeah, at one point there was a sword and some money, and yeah, I'm also using the lost and found to hold prototype items, but yeah. That's one purpose of this global cache, is to stick things that are lost. If your orphan check tied to characters like a logout or something, well, that would help catch items associated with that player or that character, but the problem is with if an item really does get lost, then we no longer know who had it. If we have a character and we know what characters the item has, then those items by definition are not orphans. The orphan item is like the item where no character refers to it. So it's kind of hard to tell that unless you look at all items and you say, well, who's holding each one? Ultimately, the server does keep track of the holder of every item, and so there will be an entry in a map somewhere that is empty because there's no holder for the item. So really, I could move the logic all into the server and say, hey, server, go through your list of items, find me the ones that have no holder reference. And then it would say, okay, here they are. There's either none or there's this one guy, that kind of thing. Yeah. So this was the Python version of it, right? Okay, and then what I want to do here is, right, we'll get back an empty entity list if it's an orphan. because it returns us the entities that hold that item. Usually it should be 1 or 0. So it's really easy, right? I could say if entities is empty, then is there a plus plus in Rust? Can I do that? Okay, there's not. Is that what you're telling me, Rust? I have to do a plus equals 1? Can I do a plus plus? No? Plus equals 1? There's a plus equals at least. No plus plus in Rust. Well, there will be a plus plus, but not until Rust plus plus. Kappa. All right, and then we're going to print that we found an orphan. And this one requires the current items, so I don't have that. Let's just leave that out for now. I'll program it in there, but I'll comment it out. Current item. And this I definitely don't have. Self item, self current item. We can't even do that because we already turned it into an enumerator, so this will definitely break. So I'm just going to comment it out. And then, actually, why don't I just leave the rest of it commented out? Yeah. Yeah, but we will do this last line, which is to call self fetch next item holder, and that is who we delegate to. And I need to comment this one out. There we go. I did want to end soon. I want to end as soon as we can get an orphan count, which I should be able to now. And we can get the item. I have a current item. Am I caching that? No. I don't have that, but I... This one should know it. Yeah, this entity, if I stored that, we could at least see that. That would be useful. So then self.current item is entity. And I need to define that. So current item is U64. Started at 0, I guess. And then, whoops, how'd I get there? So I can print some of this then. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to copy that. I'm just going to print out just the entity number for now, because that's all we actually have at present. Let's build that. I'm going to have to orphan an item again. Let's do it. Let's take that poor potion and put it into the world. And close that guy. Take that potion and orphan it. So that's to remove its position. Now it's orphaned again. And now we're going to run the tool. Lost. Searching. So I'm hopeful that it actually is searching, because otherwise it's stuck and I'll be sad. Oh, no, it found it. But it never hit the end. Okay, so it's not stopping when it should stop, right? Oh, no, it did. Okay, cool. It found it. 79255. Yep. All right. I think I'm gonna leave it orphaned, because we'll get back and use that when I work on this next. Found then stuck. It wasn't stuck. It just takes it a while, because like this says, there are 465 items. It's got to loop through them. We could actually print something out for each loop if we wanted to. Is it faster than Python? Probably not, because most of this is going to be waiting for the server. The tool to check that was what? If I run the Python one, it's going to do additional work too, which is, it's going to put it back into the lost and found. Maybe we'll end on this. I will find out what that tool is called. It's hyperfine. I just want to run it once because it takes so long. What are the options I can do? Can I just have it run once? M1? No, R1. Okay, so I want hyperfine R1. Items rust lost. Below 2. I have to run it at least twice. Really? Okay, fine. We'll run it twice. So this will take, what, 40 seconds? If I run the Python one twice, what if I sabotage the Python one while this is running so that it doesn't actually recover it? Where is that done in here? It would be this one, wherever that one is set. So I can just comment out these two. Well, comment out these three. Yeah, okay. And then now I can run the Python version of it. So here we go. Brain gets smushy smacking the box. I mean, you know how it goes with watching other streamers. We get tired. Taking breaks helps. Also, oh, that reminds me. I never went and... I can't finish the stream because I promised to do one little thing. Yeah, brain gets smushy. It looks like it's just a teeny weeny bit faster, probably because most of the time it's just waiting for the server. I can't run them both at the same time, can I? Oh, you mean have it run one and then the other in the same command line? That's okay. You can see it's pretty much the same, a tad faster. I think the most significant part of the wait is waiting for the server, not the code actually executing. I need to check it in because we're at a good stopping point, and I'm going to do the one thing I promised to do before I ended the stream. I don't want that change. Abandon that. This I want. So this is work in progress porting items tool to Rust, and it is add subcommand architecture, add count command, partially add lost command. There we go. Check that in. What if we use PyPy as the Python interpreter rather than vanilla Python? I don't know. We really need to run things that are comparable like that don't wait on external entities. Like some kind of benchmark. Alright, so the one thing I promised to do before I end the stream was in my notes. That was that way back in stream 3, I wrote this URI library, and supposedly one of the unit tests is broken now, but it was broken on Linux. So it might be a Linux specific issue, or it might just be that I run the unit test now and I see that it's broken. I'm gonna hope that it actually is just broken now if I run it. Nope. Which means I'm gonna have to run it on Linux. Bummer. Hold on. Let me hide the camera so I can reach over and turn on the Linux box. Alrighty. Turning the camera back on. Get my terminal set up for running remote accession, and then there's my terminal there, and I'm gonna wait until my computer turns on and I can SSH into it. I'm impatient now. I'm waiting for it to connect. It's got to boot up. Linux boxes boot up pretty quick. Not fast enough sometimes, though. I'm waiting for it to, the host name to resolve.
There it goes. And then I'm going to start an XFCE4 session. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Yeah, the stream's been really productive. I got most of the tool ported. So it's actually looking kind of neat now because I haven't removed all the panics or all the unwraps, but it's actually looking pretty sweet. And not very much bigger than the Python version. A little bit bigger. But there's a lot of extra syntax we have to deal with. Like this kind of stuff, which I could probably clean up a little bit too. Am I doing it just for fun? Not exactly. It's a trial. It's a learning experience, and it's also a trial. If it goes better, development-wise, and then I count on the fact that the more I practice with Rust, the faster I'll get with it. Then it overtakes Python in utility for these kinds of tools. Then I would just, if I need to make a new tool on the command line, I just do it in Rust. Why bother with Python? You know? All right, we're not going to do work rate for the rest of the day. We're going to wrap up the stream soon. Just a better language? I think it is. Python is great for learning, but I really like the rigor of Rust. More robust. It's more that it's more demanding of good practices. All right, so I do have a shell now. There's my shell. Let's see if I see the same problems on this computer. I don't even think I need to pull in the latest code because I haven't touched this in forever, right? I should just be able to go to where I've built it, the last build I made, and go to the URI and go to the tests and then run it. Yeah, they pass. So I don't know what to say about the person who had a problem running it. Smack in the box. He gifted a gift sub to Silmith. Thank you for gifting that sub. That's really nice of you. Very, very, very nice of you. Thank you again. Yeah, but my brain is pretty much toast. I wanted to go. I'm gonna glance at Discord to see what the actual reported problem was. Maybe I'm just not getting it. Expected equality of these values, testvector.query, which is empty string, uri.getQuery, which is www.example.com. Okay, so what we're looking for is www.example.com in a test vector somewhere. Not in HTTP. They reported that it was in uri.getQuery. So it would be in URI, right? Oh, and we need to ignore Libra SSL. And the stage. Okay, this one down here. Okay. So it's one of these tests is not working. The one that has testvector.query. This one? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there are 3 places where it might be... no, that's not one of them. So it's one of these 2. It's either line 203 or line 505 where they're getting a problem. And specifically, it's the one where it's just reporting an index. So it's here. This is the test that's failing for them. So when I run it, it just passes. Why would this perhaps fail? I don't know. I'm almost done anyway, Smack in the Box. Thank you for being here. Thank you again for the gift sub. Work has been really busy. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so someone's reporting that when they run this, that this assertion fails, but I don't see what could be wrong. For index 0, this one, they're saying what? The URI.getQuery is the whole string. That's just not possible. I don't see why they would get that.
I'm going to guess that they modified my code and then ran the modified code and are getting a test failure. That's my guess. So I can delve into it a little bit, I guess. Parse from string, what does that do? It's going to parse the scheme, parse the end. So for it to show, for this string here to show up in the query, what would have to happen? Because that's what they're reporting. Here, I'll just show, bring the exact thing in. This is from my Discord. This is what they said. How do I show that? Like that? Episode 3, having problems passing this unit test. Expected quality of this test. So this 0 is probably because of this index here. And test vector query matches that. So they're getting empty string, which is what it should be, because it's for test 0, it's empty string up here, the third one. But URI.getQuery is returning that. I'm guessing either there's some weird bug that it's hard to reproduce, or they modified my code so that it's no longer parsing that correctly. So I don't know what I can do other than maybe assume that there is a bug and perhaps waste some of my time to find out that there isn't. Parse from string, what does that do? Parses the scheme, which finds the first slash, and if we go past the end, then we go to the end. The scheme end is everything up to the colon. No, hold on. This is the everything up to the first slash, which would be I should have had that pinned. Which would be that, right? Yes. It would be this substring http:// find where the colon is, and if you find it, then go just the scheme part. So it'd just be http, and then there's a fails match legal scheme check strategy. I forgot what that is. Oh, yeah. Make sure it's an alphanumeric. So it has to be an alpha, so it has to be the letters A through Z. Okay. So it would get lowercase scheme, and then it would get the rest, which is everything in the UR stream from the scheme and +1. So that would be //www.example.com would be the rest. Okay, so then going back a little bit, the rest is //www whatever, right? So find the first of question mark or hashtag. So that would be no match. Wait a minute. Is that the problem? We never check for an end position? Oh no, substring can take end position there, right? Let me verify that. Because maybe that could be a problem. Dev docs we go. I should also change the current task since we're not doing this anymore. So we're investigating a reported test failure to one of my C++ libraries. So CPP, and I want substring. Or count equals no position. The return substring is positioned to the size. Okay, so then this should be the authority and path string should be the entire string, right? Query or fragment is to go the substring from that length on from the rest. So that should be empty string. Okay, so from the query is parsed way down here. Parse fragment does what? Find it. If it's no position, it doesn't have a fragment. The rest is the original string. and then decode query or fragment, decode element. Okay, that'll be empty. So what's it going to return then? Passed all checks and decoded successfully, so it'll return true because there's return true because there's nothing in the original segment. Yeah, this code is sort of strange because I wrote it like a long time ago. Before I knew what I was doing, when I was a young coder 2 years ago. So it should return true and then go into parse query with the rest. Has query will be false because it's empty. Query is clear. Why are we decoding it if it's clear? I don't know why I did it this way. There's no point for me to decode element when it's empty. I don't know why I did it that way. That was dumb. Anyway, it should be empty. So then what does get query do? It just returns it. So how could they get this string as the query? The only thing I can think of is they put a question mark there. See if I can reproduce it. Maybe that's what I say back to them. Hey, look on line 183. Do you see a question mark there? Because that's exactly what they reported, right? Where's my... Did I close it already? Okay. I closed it already. But this is the exact thing that they reported in Discord. So maybe that's my response. Did you add a question mark on line 183 in this column right there? Because that's how I could reproduce... Actually, no, this is not... That shows up as host, not query. Okay, how do I get this to show up in the query? Maybe like an X here or something? No, it still shows up in host. Oh, because it needs to be 2 slashes. So maybe a space there. No, then it doesn't even parse. Okay, how about just an X there? Nope. Oh, to get to that, I see. They would have to have that question mark, that, I think, for that to be possible. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, okay, that's what they reported. They would have had to insert these characters there. Unless there's another way that they got it to happen. I don't know, what do I say? This is how I reproduce the problem? Is this what you see? I guess that's what I'll do. So I'm going to reply into that Discord. The engineer, that test does not fail for me using the latest code in the main branch. However, I was able to reproduce the test failure if I change the code, the test intentionally to add the highlighted characters. On your side, perhaps, did you do something similar? And then I'm going to paste the screenshot there. See ya, Silmith. I'm almost done anyway. You gonna fall asleep soon? Okay, Nui. Good night. I just needed to respond to that because I promised I would. I could not... Okay, I guess I'll just attach... I'll undo that so that it's unchanged completely and then run it again with another screenshot and say, here's the test that's passing. Yeah. And then I'm going to grab a screen grab of that. Here's what I get with the code as checked into Git pass. All right, that's all. I think I've given it enough attention. have no idea how they're getting a failure. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here. So what do I show while I'm leaving? I guess I'll show my game and say, if you like watching, then please come back next week. I'll be here on Monday working more on the stuff behind the scenes in this game. I also need to work back on the parts of the game that I haven't finished yet, like getting the data into a database, adding magic, that kind of thing, eventually. But I'll leave it here. I hope you guys have an awesome weekend. And in case you still want to be around watching Twitch, I'm going to find someone for you to watch. Some awesome streamer out there who's going right now. Let's see who's going. Hey, you have a good weekend, Ecton Dev. Thanks for being here. Okay. How about I give you guys a choice in this? I'll pick from 3 different streamers. I'll make this a straw poll. We'll see what people think. And maybe you don't care, right? And then it'd be up to me. So how do I do the straw poll? That's under broadcaster tools, create straw poll. No, tools, create straw poll, right? There we go. So who should we raid? Option 1 is CM Griffin, who is doing Rust plus WebAssembly is Rust in a web app. Oh, well, Rust WebAssembly to make a game of life in Rust on the web. And then option 2 is Team Talima, learning C++. And then the third option I had picked out was the Alt F4 stream. And that is, Alt F4 stream is doing what now? Working on quirk features in TypeScript. So it's TypeScript. TypeScript features in a features in Quirk. If I remember correctly, Quirk is a framework for streamers. All right, and then creating that poll, and I am going to copy URL and close and post it here. And I'm going to go to the poll and see what you guys think. I'm going to look at the results. If you guys don't vote, then I get to pick. So what do you want to see? Rust WebAssembly? Do you want to see C++? Do you want to see TypeScript? Okay, we have 1 vote for Alt F4, 1 vote for Chris. If it's a tie, I get to break the tie. Okay, now we got 2 votes for C++, 2 votes for Chris. So it's coming down to between, well, it's anyone's game still. I'll give you guys another minute while I interact with Gliss. What's Gliss up to today? Oh, you filled up 1 stack of gold and you're filling up a 2nd stack? What if I make it easier for you and just make it so you can hold 10 times as much gold in that 1st stack, Gliss? And I'll do the same thing with your 2nd stack so that you can put one onto the other and it doesn't matter which one. Visit all but only 1080p, you can't watch it? Okay. That's fair. Okay, so I'm going to break the tie by saying I raided Chris last time, so we're going to raid Team Talima this time. That's how it's going to go. We have to have a tiebreaker. Team Talima, so Team Talima, I should say. Team Talima is learning C++, going through exercises in Exorcism, which is doing exercises learning programming. So please enjoy that channel. I will see you guys next Monday, or this coming Monday. Have an awesome weekend. You guys deserve it. Stay safe, and hope to see you next week. Bye.